Good morning, everybody. The time is 9:30 and the inquiry is resumed. Now, I'd firstly like to turn to Dr. Keefe. Firstly, Dr. Keefe, are you on the line?
I am here.
Just for an update on how you are, really.
Yeah, I'm okay. I'm aware that sort of 100 of my patients are listening on YouTube, so I'd rather not go into much detail, but yeah, I'm available to listen. And we'll hopefully give the closing statement on Friday.
Okay, thank you. So first of all, obviously, I hope you feel better, as soon as possible. And if you do wish to ask for any sort of adjournments or anything else that would help you, then of course we will consider that very carefully, and do all that we can to make sure that you're as fully involved as you can be throughout the appeal, and of course that you're not disadvantaged in any way.
That's very kind. I mean, I think from memory last week, I wasn't really due to be involved this morning, and then it's only the planning bit left, isn't it? And then the roundtable discussions in the 106. I'm hoping that by Friday we're going to have a more detailed response from the CCG, so that I think that's a bit that I need to be involved in the sense of just sharing that with everybody, and then obviously closing a statement.
Okay, thank you. Yes, I think you're right. So this morning, most of the day, really, we've got programmed discussing character and appearance. So I think you can take a proper back seat for most of today's proceedings. Yes, more than happy for you to have your screen off. And of course, you can let Pins know through the normal email address if you need anything else. So thank you for that, Dr. Keefe.
That's very kind. Thanks very much.
Okay, thank you. It seems like this inquiry is cursed. All the things that have been happening to all of us to a certain extent throughout.
Yeah.
So hopefully no more bad news this week beyond what we've already heard.
Well, I should say I've actually managed to get COVID myself for all of that. But the good news is, and sympathies to Dr. Keith, I hope you're feeling all right. I feel absolutely fine, thank goodness, and totally sort of asymptomatic. So I'm isolating, but we can press on. And it does, I suppose. I was reflecting on our on our case management conference inspector, where we were weighing up the pros and cons of doing it in person versus doing it virtually. And my goodness, thank goodness that we did it this way, or heavens knows what would have happened. But anyway, well, we can hopefully, as you've indicated, I think we can press on this morning.
Okay, thank you. Okay, in that case, I'll move on now to the more standard sort of admin things. So we have this new appeal decision that's been submitted. Well, my first question normally with new evidence is, why has it been submitted now? But I think the answer to that is it was only issued
yesterday, wasn't it?
Yesterday, so that's the obvious answer to that. But just if I could have a little bit more background on it, please, just fleshing out what
it's a scheme. There is loads of appeal decisions before you, and you might start to think it becomes a bit of a game of diminishing returns looking at all of these appeal decisions, and because of course each scheme is different. This one might be worth having though, because not only because it's about a similar kind of scheme, and so lots of the sort of planning balance issues, green belt also need the specialist housing, it's all sort of in play, but it's particularly useful or important maybe because it is actually really the one appeal decision that the council does spend some time on in its evidence and try to draw out things from, is the previous version of this appeal decision, which has obviously now been superseded by this appeal decision. So it's important, given I think that the way that the council puts its case, if you like, it does seek to draw out some lessons for you from the previous version of this decision. The fact that it's come out this week, well, it could have been better. I suppose it could have been worse. At least it's not next week. But at least we thought it would be good for you to have for completeness.
Okay. Just turn to Mr. Smythe. Just other council happy to deal with this during the course of the inquiry.
So we are. I should say I haven't seen the decision, but no doubt it'll be emailed to me in the next few minutes. No, don't worry. No, I don't object, sir. It may well be it's provided to the council, but it hasn't made its way to me. I'm sure that's the case.
I think it's on the website, just for Mr.
Oh, right,
Smart.
fine,
I think it's on a core document 5 point something or other. I think 5.18.
Okay, thank you. Yes, I'm ready to accept it. There are obvious reasons why it's only been submitted now. It seems highly relevant, and also, of course, Mr. Smythe, you have the opportunity to cross-examine the appellants later this week. So that's accepted formally. Thank you. Now, it's already been intimated by Dr. Keith. CCG response. So
it's a bit unhelpful. It's a little bit unhelpful. They keep sort of dangling their toes in the water, but have not actually, as Dr. Keith said, hopefully before the end of this inquiry, there will actually be a proper response from them to our questions. I don't know whether you saw our questions.
I can give you a little bit more info. So they emailed me last night, basically because I emailed them saying, you know, bloody get a move on. And they emailed me saying that they will have a detailed response by close of play today, but whether that is to actually, you know, I said, don't send it to me, send it to the inspector.
Okay.
And so, you know, they're clear of the time frame, but I was just concerned that, you know, they send it, you know, on Friday, because they said in an email, oh, you know, we're aware of the time frame being Friday. I said, well, it's not really Friday, you know, Friday's the end. So hopefully, I'd be very hopeful that it will be on the table by tomorrow.
Well, that would, for our part, I mean, obviously, that was what I was going to mention. Thanks, Dr. Keith, for doing it, for chasing.
Oh, well, I just think they're just really not helping any of us. You know, I realise, you know, we're two opposing parties, but in the same way, we're sort of at least trying to get to an end game together. And, you know, I think the issue is, though, to be fair to the CCG, and they wanted me just to say this for everyone, you know, that the reason there's been so many mishaps is they have been running the vaccination programme. Okay. And basically all their staff have been deployed elsewhere. So I think one of the issues is one of the people that I've been nagging simply wasn't checking their email. So, you know, because they replied to an email literally the other day that I sent about 4 weeks ago.
I mean, we'll have to see then, thank you, from what Dr. Keith just told you, Inspector, we'll have to see when they respond, obviously, what they respond, and take it from there. Hopefully, if Dr. Keith's right, that we'll have something by tomorrow, it will be something that we can actually say something about in evidence and think about before the 106 session, you know, whatever it might be. Because that was going to be the thing I was going to raise, was if we don't get anything until Friday, and we'll just have to see what happens. But if we don't, it depending on what they say, it might be fiddly to do just procedurally how we deal with it. But yeah, so we're happy to take what Dr. Keith said. Just sort of hope it comes through, and once we know what they're saying, we can take it from there.
Okay, I think we should assume for the moment that it does come in close of play today, because then I think we can deal with it, because we'll have to deal with it in the inquiry. If it does end up being towards the end of the week, I agree, this could be difficult because it could be quite important. But let's hope that isn't the case, and we'll deal with it tomorrow morning if we haven't heard anything today.
Just to be clear, so you know. Oh, sorry, Dr. Keith, go for it.
I was just going to say, if I haven't heard from them by 6 o'clock today, then, you know, I'll send another nag saying you said you were going to email today and you haven't.
Thank you very much, Dr. Keith. I appreciate it.
Just to be clear on where we're at the moment, our case in closings to you on the basis of all the evidence that the inquiry's got is that there is, not only is there no request for a contribution, but there'll be no need for one. So that's the basic, that's sort of where the evidence is going to sit right now, and then we'll have to see what the CCG say, and if they introduce something new, then obviously we'll have a look at it. But that's where we're at as of today. You'll hear more about that in the planning evidence.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Okay, so I think we'll leave that there, and then hopefully tomorrow morning everything will be clearer. Thank you. Now, just to check, have all parties received my comments on the 106 and the conditions?
Yes, thank you, sir. We're reviewing those, our side, reviewing those today, and no doubt there'll be some sort of contacts behind the scenes before we get to that session, so that's really useful.
Okay, thank you. Yes, obviously we'll deal with that during the roundtable sessions later in the week. That's it from me, but does anyone else have anything they wish to raise before we proceed with the roundtable session? Okay, in that case, so in the programme, I've set this up as a character appearance and separately as a visual openers roundtable session. I suppose we can just see how it proceeds. If it ends up we end up talking about both simultaneously, then I don't really mind. We have the agenda that you've sent through, the revised one that came through last week. So I think perhaps we just start with that and see how it progresses, because and we'll obviously take a break when we get to about an hour and a half in, if we're still going at that point, just to make sure we're all fresh. Okay, thank you. So if I can just ask, I think it's Mr. Crawford and Mr. Brown who will be. Yes, and I've got their.
Yes, sir. Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning. Okay. Give me a moment just to draw up my notes. So you're both happy to proceed using this agenda that was sent through last week as the kind of framework for discussion?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. And actually, I've also just thought I haven't actually loaded up the relevant proofs. So if you just give me a moment to do that, please. Just loading up now. Okay, let's open that for ease of reference. Okay, so we have item 1, introduction. And here, quite a long list of matters that are agreed. This might be quite a good way just to sort of introduce yourselves, provide a general introduction on the high level matters that are agreed. So perhaps almost like a very start of an evidence in chief stage, where you sort of provide a bit of background about yourselves as well, or that might be helpful. So perhaps starting with Mr. Brown.
Yeah, good morning, sir. So yeah, my name's Robert Brown. I'm an associate at Wynne Williams Associates. We're landscape architects. We offer a range of services, including design and planning, and we carry out a lot of different types of landscape assessment. Personally, myself, I have given evidence at public inquiry. I carry out lots of LVIAs, greenbelt assessments, landscape appraisals, and I also act for some other local authorities and offer advice on kind of whether planning permission should be refused or allowed for different developments.
Okay, thank you. And Mr. Crawford?
Yes, sir. Good morning. I'm Charles Crawford. I'm a director of LDA Design. We're an independent, in fact, employee-owned, landscape-led consultancy working nationally. I've been with the business 26 years. I'm horrified to realise. And my practice ranges across assessment, master planning, and design of a wide range of infrastructure and development projects. Of specific relevance, I guess, is work I undertook in around 2015-16 for Cambridge City Council and South Cambridgeshire District Council, supporting them with the previous review of their local plans, specifically in relation to Greenbelt. So I undertook an assessment of the inner boundary of the Greenbelt around the city edge, and subsequently gave evidence as an expert witness at the examination hearings. And I'm pleased to say the inspectors found.
Mr. Crawford, is it just me that he's paused?
No, it's me as well.
and supported my.
And
Probably
Mr.
also worth
Crawford,
mentioning as well.
sorry, Mr. Crawford, you cut out then for about 30 seconds.
Oh, sorry, I wasn't aware of that. Well, I was just mentioning my work on the Cambridge Greenbelt for Cambridge City Council and South Cambridgeshire District.
Yes, you just started on that, then you cut out.
Oh, okay. Sorry about that. I'll briefly repeat it then. So I did the work to support the two councils in their previous local plan review. I led a study of the inner boundary of the Greenbelt around the edge of Cambridge, looking at the scope for releases of land for allocation for development. Subsequently appeared as an expert witness on behalf of the councils at the local plan examination. And the outcome of that was the inspectors found my study and my methodology to be robust and supported all its findings, except in that one minor respect. The other thing I was just going to mention is I'm a member of the Design Midlands Design Review Panel, which works across the West and East Midlands. It's a merger of two previously separate panels, provides independent advice and review on behalf of both developers, landowners and local authorities on emerging development proposals. So assessing proposals in their context is a key aspect of my experience. Just moving on in relation to, or setting a little bit of context in relation to this appeal, I undertook the appellant's Greenbelt assessment, which is one of the application documents. My practice didn't undertake the LVIA, that was undertaken by a separate practice, but I am giving evidence on it. I've reviewed it. I'm content with it. I agree with its findings, save in one respect, which when we come to that point in the agenda, I will make that clear, sir. But I rely on it in my evidence in that respect.
Okay, thank you. When I was looking through the agenda, I thought the introduction was largely just common sense, and I'm not sure we really need to talk through it unless anyone wants to jump in. But when I was looking at items 2 and 3, what I thought might be helpful, because obviously here we have a number of documents and landscape character areas within those documents. And then item 3 points out that there's disagreement on the value, susceptibility and sensitivity of the landscape. I thought it might be helpful for us to talk through what those disagreements are in the context of those character assessments, and perhaps drawing my attention to anything you particularly feel I needs to be highlighted. Does that seem like a sensible way to proceed?
Yes, so I just wondered whether it would be helpful if I just sort of briefly explained the structure and navigation of the LVIA.
Okay.
It can take a little bit of getting your head around. I just thought that might be helpful. So if you have that document, so it's CD 2.10.
Yes, I've got it. Thank you.
Okay. So just to sort of flick through it, the first 25 pages or so are the text of the main report. So there's a long baseline section starting on PDF page 9, which sets out the full landscape and visual baseline. Then at page 23, section 3 summarizes the design and mitigation measures. And then a couple of pages on, section 4 is headed as the landscape and visual impact assessment. What this section is within the main text is actually a summary of the detailed assessment, which is contained in tables further on, which we get to a bit later. Continuing to scroll down, the figures start on page 33. And actually just in relation to those landscape character assessments, so page 35, it's probably convenient at this stage to point out the landscape character areas shown on this plan. These are taken from the East of England regional typology, which is the one that the LVA used in terms of assessing effects on character areas. And as you can see from that plan, the site straddles the boundary between two character areas. But I'd suggest the most relevant is the purple one, planned peat fen. That covers the northern half of the site, which is where obviously majority of the development is going to take place. And also importantly, it covers the countryside that adjoins the site to the north and east. Whereas the yellow character, the lowland village chalklands, is more concerned with the countryside that lies on the opposite side of the village. So whilst it includes the southern parcel, is probably of less immediate relevance. So I'll be referring more to the planned peat fen, which is actually a very large area. There's only a very small part of it on this plan, but it actually covers a large chunk of the wider fens and extends from parts of Lincolnshire through Cambridgeshire into Norfolk and even Suffolk in places. A few pages on, copy of Acrobat has just given up on me, but I have got notes. Page 38 of the PDF is the plan that shows the locations of the viewpoints in the LVIA. There are two labelled A and B, which are simply photographs to illustrate the character of the site. And then there are 8 numbered photographs 1 to 8, and those are the representative viewpoints that are used for the assessment of visual effects. Those photographs themselves appear starting at page 44, are the character photos A and B, and then the viewpoint photos are from page 47 onwards. And then if we continue down to page 56, this is, if you like, the guts of the assessment. So these landscape and visual effects tables contain the full detail of the assessment. So they are what is summarized into the text at the front of the document. So within those are the assessments of values, susceptibility, sensitivity, magnitude, and significance. So the detail that we'll be discussing. And then finally, right at the back of the document, starting on page 77, is the methodology. I may well be referring to bits of that, particularly the tables within it. But I just wanted to draw your attention at this stage, sir, to what is actually the final paragraph of the entire document, 1.12.4. I think it's page 89, which explains that effects that are rated as severe, major, and moderate are those that are regarded significant. And that, of course, means that those are the ones that are likely to be relevant to your decision, with those at a lower level being unlikely to be relevant. And it makes the point, of course, that moderate effects are of a lesser degree of importance than the severe and major ones. So I'm intending, as we get into the detail, to focus on effects that are scored at moderate or higher.
Okay,
that's helpful.
That is helpful, thank you. I'm just thinking, if we look at 3.2 to 3.4 of the agenda, is a helpful way to talk this through, to look at this table at page 56, PDF page 56? I think
we need to refer to it. Subject to your thoughts, I don't think we need to sort of wade through it from beginning to end. Yeah. I think Mr. Brown and I can highlight I'll be highlighting the key points within the table, and he'll be highlighting the key points he's concerned about and where he differs from me, I'm sure.
Agreed.
Okay, thank you. Perhaps we can do that now, if you're happy with that. If you just draw out where you think the key differences are between the two of you.
Certainly, sir.
I don't mind who goes first in that. Whichever way you think works best.
I'm happy to go first if you'd like to.
Yeah, we're just having this forward, so please go ahead.
Yeah, so I think in terms of agenda item 3.2, so the point of disagreement is that the level of landscape value attributed to the appeal site and surroundings. From looking at the table on page 56, we can see that the appellant actually splits the landscape value rating to say that the northern field has a low landscape value and the southern field has a medium landscape value. I disagree with this. Essentially, I believe that the value of the two fields is intrinsically linked, and I assess the site to have a medium to high local value. And I essentially, although I recognise that the appellant has identified that there are some more sensitive elements in the southern field, I feel that actually part of that sensitivity is due to the setting of that field. It's open parkland, and I feel it transitions out into open countryside. So actually, I don't believe that value judgments for the two can be separated. Essentially, I think that is perhaps the difference between us.
Okay, Mr. Crawford, your thoughts on that, please.
Well, sir, I and the LVA I'll take the opposite view, and I think when you visit the site and for your site visit next week, we will arrange access to the site to enable you.
Yes, I should say to both of you, I have actually visited already informally.
Yes,
I do have a general understanding of its appearance.
Yes, I'm aware that. I assume you won't have been able to get onto the site itself.
No, I haven't.
Which we will arrange for you on, I think it was Monday you were intending to go. So what I think you'll find when you visit the site is that the northern field is actually a very ordinary arable field. It's flat, it's featureless, it's bounded by closely trimmed hedgerows with no trees. There is housing prominent to the northwest, the western end of the field. The buildings of Hilton Park Care Centre are visible to the southeast. And in overall, there is, shall we say, nothing special about it, nothing that in any way elevates its value above perfectly ordinary everyday countryside. So the LVIA values that field as low, and I agree with that. There is no reason to elevate it beyond that. The southern field is different. It has the groups of mature trees. It has a closer relationship to the conservation area and the listed Bottisham house. There's nothing remarkable about it in other respects, but those aspects just elevate it to a medium level of value. So I think it is important to distinguish between the two, and actually looking beyond the northern field, beyond the site boundary into the adjoining countryside, what you see initially, at least in the first couple of fields in each direction, is a continuation of that very unremarkable character of the northern field, as I've described, flat, featureless, closely trimmed hedgerows. So that provides the immediate rural context to the development, and again is of no particular value. So I think it is important to recognise that the part of the site where all the built development, the retirement care village, will occur is of low value.
And to what degree or to what value do you place on this idea that Mr. Brown just mentioned of the visual links between the two fields? Is that right, Mr. Brown, and how that kind of draws through?
Yeah, I believe because a lot of the value that has been, quite rightly identified by Mr. Crawford in the southern field, actually it relies on the setting and its transition into that wider countryside. That I believe actually that's why they're intrinsically linked.
So I don't agree with that. I mean, simply the fact that from the southern field you can in places see over the hedgerow to the countryside beyond doesn't elevate the value of the countryside beyond. It is very ordinary countryside. It's perfectly pleasant, there's nothing wrong with it, but there is nothing that elevates it above a community value. It's as with many landscapes around our towns and villages, they are valued by the local community, and the technical guidance note that Mr. Brown refers to recognises that almost all landscapes are valued by somebody, the people who regularly see them or walk in them. But there is nothing that gives it any value beyond that. So that equates to a low value.
Okay, and your thoughts on the, because there is this hedgerow that clearly demarks the two fields. So I'm just interested in your thoughts on what impact that has in terms of the links between them.
Well,
Mr. Brown, sorry.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah,
sorry.
Yeah, I mean, at the moment, the hedgerow is actually maintained to quite a low height, maybe around 1 metre. So actually, it doesn't provide much of a visual separation between the two fields at the moment. Just if I may, sir, whilst we're, I think Mr. Cornford mentioned the technical guidance note. I assume he was referring to technical guidance note 0221. Now, I accept that the LVA was written before this was published, but this is the most up-to-date guidance that we have as a profession in terms of assessing the value of landscape that doesn't hold a particular designation. Now, I've provided my assessment based on this guidance, and Mr. Crawford had the opportunity to do so too. And essentially, it kind of updates some of the guidance from box 5.1 of GVLI3, which would have been the standard way of assessing value before. And essentially, I think perhaps it picks up some of the elements of value which might not have been considered in the original LVIA. So, you know, things, for example, such as the recreational value that because of the public right of way next to the southern field, the distinctive elements of that parkland character. It also picks up some of the scenic qualities. So I'm just checking through. I'm just referring to page 17 of my proof of evidence here, which apologies, I don't have the core document reference for that. But essentially, I think perhaps I may have identified some additional features of value which have not been commented on within the LVIA.
And this parkland character, is this just the southern field, or do you think that extends beyond?
Well, as I've mentioned before, I think the two are quite closely linked together. That if you were to, example, to alter the character of the northern field, as the proposals, intend to do so, I think that actually alters some of the baseline important features of the southern field. One of the things that's quite important about parkland in general is that it has this open feel, and the fact it bleeds out into the wider countryside. So I really genuinely don't believe that you can alter the northern field without having quite a significant character effect on the southern field.
Okay, Mr. Crawford, yeah, I'm interested in your thoughts on this new technical guidance note.
Yeah, certainly. So just firstly, on the parkland point, the southern field is not parkland. It's a field that contains a number of mature trees, which lend it a degree of parkland character. That's true, but it isn't parkland. It's just a grazing field with field trees. Turning to the technical guidance note, so and it's CD 6.10, if you need to refer to it. What I was intending to do is actually to run through those parameters that Mr. Brown has picked up in his proof. But I mean, first, just as a prelude to say he's absolutely right. That is the latest guidance. If an LVIA was being undertaken now, that is the guidance it would use. Obviously, the LVIA, as he acknowledges, was undertaken before the TGN came out. I didn't, because I was in my proof, I was relying on the LVIA. I considered the guidance in the new TGN and concluded that it wouldn't have resulted in a different assessment of value. So therefore, I didn't refer to it. I stuck with the LVIA to kind of keep things simple rather than having two different assessments that said the same thing on the appellant side. But just to run through the attributes he identifies, starting at his paragraph 4.4.3, and the points he's just mentioned, what I would say is they all relate to the southern field only. They don't relate to the northern field. So looking first at 4.4.3, natural heritage. Well, in terms of natural heritage, we're talking about those trees in the southern field. The hedgerows are generally closely trimmed, relatively species poor. They don't make any meaningful contribution to natural heritage. So we've got a limited performance against that criterion in relation to the trees in the southern field. Cultural heritage, again, the aspects that Mr. Brown refers to give some value to the southern field, but none to the northern field. The landscape condition he describes as good physical condition. I would say it isn't particularly good. Those hedgerows are very closely trimmed. It prevents them having a good structure. It prevents the development of greater species diversity. The northern field is just arable farmland. So I would say limited contribution on the southern field and none on the northern field on that one. Associations, as Mr. Brown acknowledges, nothing there. In terms of distinctiveness, again, the two characteristics he highlights in quotes. Well, the first one, a contribution to the character and identity of settlement, yes, to some degree in the case of the southern field, but again, not the north. And the second one, boundary wall and clairvoyant are rare and unusual features. The clairvoyant, yes. Southern field, again. I don't think there's anything rare or unusual about a boundary wall. So again, I say some contribution on the southern field, none on the north. Recreational, there is no recreational access to the site. There's no use of the site. All we're talking about is the fact that from footpath 2510, which runs along the outside the west side of the southern field, you can see into the southern field. So that's a pretty minimal recreational role, and you can't see into the northern field, so none there. Looking at the scenic perceptual aspects, the technical guidance note contains indicators for all of these. I can just give you a page reference. So, they start on page 11 of the PDF. And as I said, that's core document 6.10. And we can go to it if it's helpful, but what I would say is that neither of the fields evidences any of the indicators set out in the TGM under that perceptual scenic criterion. And as Mr. Brown ends his sentence, his paragraph saying, long distance views out through woodland gaps to the east are particularly scenic. You'll form your own view on that, so I think that's overstating it. They're pleasant. I wouldn't say they're particularly scenic. And just to finish this off, so he doesn't identify anything in terms of wildness or tranquility. And on the functional one, again, I would say it doesn't, neither of the fields demonstrates any of the indicators in the TGM. So running through that, I'm seeing nothing assessing it against the TGM that gives any reason to elevate the value of the northern field, and only limited aspects in relation to the southern field, which, as I've said, the LVIA assesses as having a medium value.
If I may come back on.
Yes, absolutely.
I'm struggling to see, sir, if I'm honest, how the arable surroundings fails to provide a rural setting for Bottisham, as it clearly is visible and it clearly forms part of that rural setting. So I believe the point I made in terms of distinctiveness landscape, which makes a contribution to the character and identity of a settlement, that Northern Field is firmly part of that arable setting for Bottisham. In terms of recreational, then although the public right of way is actually out of the appeal site, it adds recreational value in terms of the views and the experience of people using that footpath. So I do believe it has value. And in terms of perceptual scenic, I think those views out towards the east are pretty important, actually. They provide a visual connection between the northeastern corner of Bottisham and its wider landscape setting. It also allows you to recognise the rising topography out to the east, which kind of it grounds you in your perception of where you are in the landscape.
Okay, thank you. That's quite a detailed and helpful run through of those table 1 factors from that updated technical guidance note. Is there anything else that either of you would like to add? I think I've got everything I need from both of you on that element, though.
Could I just, in terms of the conclusion on the value, so Mr. Brown ascribes both halves of the site as having medium to high local value. Can I say I'm not clear what that means? His methodology section of his proof doesn't explain how he arrives at his judgments on this or anything else, or what they mean. Value tends to be dealt with on a scale, and this is apparent from the methodology of the LVIA, table 1.1, which is I'll just find the PDF page there. It's PDF page 80 in the LVIA. It tends to run on a scale which starts with landscapes of international or national importance that are valued as high. So at international, things like World Heritage Sites, national level, AONBs, national parks, and it comes down through regional to district to local and ultimately to community landscapes. Those landscapes, those kind of everyday landscapes I mentioned that are valued by the people who live with them, but have nothing that elevates them above that. So in ascribing a value of medium to high, and you can see this in the table I've just referred to, that equates in the LVIA to a landscape of regional value. And the examples they give are special landscape areas, areas of great landscape value. And Mr. Brown is saying medium high, but he's also saying local. And if it was local, it would be of low value. So it's not clear what it means, but in referring to medium high, in my opinion, it is greatly overvaluing the site and its immediate context. We've talked through the attributes and the reasons why I see nothing to elevate it. But so what I would say, a couple of points. If the site as a whole, the northern field and the adjoining landscape is of medium to high value, what room does that leave for truly valued landscapes, such as those with landscape designations or which score highly across a range of those TGN attributes? And secondly, if it has a medium to high value, then that means it is valued well above those ordinary everyday landscapes. And that means it would be likely to be a valued landscape within the meaning of MPPF paragraph 174. but Mr. Brown has confirmed that it isn't. He doesn't regard it as a valued landscape. That's recorded in the agenda, item 1.5, and he also says it in his proof. So I'm really struggling with his overall scoring of a medium-high local value.
Yes, but I would like to understand from you a bit more on this, because reading, so going to table 1.1 on PDF page 80 of the LVIA, the description of high to medium value does say special landscape areas of great landscape value, long distance paths, and it doesn't feel like that's what this site is based on your own assessment. So yeah, I think I would like to understand a bit more about how you've come to that grading.
Of course, sir. Now, the table 1.1 is the LVI's author's method of assessing landscape value, and perhaps I should have been clearer on my own methods. However, the way we practice is that we assess different scales of landscape. So, it may have international importance or national importance. I fully accept that this is not a landscape of national importance. However, I do feel it has local importance, and within that local context, I feel it has a medium to high value. Perhaps I maybe should have been clearer in that in explaining my methodology. But this doesn't necessarily follow the methodology of the appellant's LVIA.
If that's the case, Mr. Crawford, if it's the value within a local designation, does that bring the assessment closer to your own assessment of the value of the site?
Well, yes, sir, it does. It brings it closer than if he was actually talking of an SLA or an AGLV with regional importance. I think the key question, because obviously you'll appreciate, so that value along with susceptibility feed through into the assessment of sensitivity. So if we have a scale from the least valued to the most high internationally valued landscapes, we're sitting, I think Mr. Brown is saying, towards the bottom end of it. He's just not as close to the bottom end as I am. So how does that then feed through when we get to the assessment of significance? Because in the bigger scheme of things, we're talking of something that is of relatively low value.
Is it worth looking at a specific example in the table to help us talk that through? Perhaps you maybe should highlight one where you disagree. This is the table at page 56 of the LVIA.
In terms of landscape character, which is what we're discussing at the moment, sir, there are effectively three evaluations in the table. The first, just find the PDF page. Yes, the first is page 56, which is the lowland village chalklands from the East of England regional assessment. That was the yellow character area on that plan. Then we've got on the next page the planned peat fen, which was the one that I think is more relevant because it covers the northern part of the site and the adjacent area. And then on the following page, we have the landscape character of the site itself. So perhaps that's the one that would be most relevant to focus on. So in the third column of the table, the first item is the value of the landscape. So that's where it records the northern field as having low value, southern field as medium, and then there are a few notes that expand on that. The value is then combined with the susceptibility to change, which we haven't come on to as yet, and gives the overall sensitivity score at the bottom of that column, medium for the northern field, high for the south.
Okay, and so the the low and medium ratings in the value of landscape. This is what we're discussing right now.
Yes. And then they're combined with the susceptibility ratings to give the sensitivity.
And does the clarification on the LPA's methodology, how it isn't really linked to table 1.1, how does that affect this table? Maybe I can ask Mr. Brown.
Yeah, I do think it's interesting that Mr. Crawford is focusing on the planned peat fen when he's himself has highlighted the increased sensitivity of the southern field, which falls under the lowland chalklands. But also, I think it's important to look at the third page of these. So I think it's page 58, where the LVIA actually performs their kind of their analysis specifically on the landscape character of the site, and that's where we see that the low and medium values that we've been discussing all along. But you know, I can understand the LVI's methodology, and if we were to, Mr. Crawford's right in terms of how we calculate sensitivity. If we were to see it as a coarse calculation, is value plus susceptibility. But I don't really, I don't see how it affects my methodology.
So would you have medium in that value of landscape on page 58?
Yes.
Would your value of landscape be medium for northern field and high for southern field?
No, as I've explained, I give the same value to both, as I think they're intrinsically linked. But I would say that it's medium to high in terms of local value. But in using the, it might be simpler if I do use the LVIA's methodology. But using that, I mean, I don't like this methodology in terms of how it generates landscape value, if I'm honest, sir. But I can understand the point that we are perhaps closer in terms of our value rating if on that scale, but I don't think the scale fully kind of fully examines the intricacies of value in that way.
So would you you would attribute the same to both, don't you? So
yeah,
on the table 1.1 scale, what would you say you would attribute?
So if we were looking at so no, I mean I can see how on table 1.1 the median value in their rating, if I was to kind of crudely use their methodology, I would probably agree with that and accept it, but for the northern and southern fields using their methodology.
Okay, and don't worry, I've noted down your concerns about why you think that's not necessarily the appropriate methodology. Okay, thank you. I mean, is this a good point to move on to the kind of also talk about susceptibility and how that links to sensitivity, because we have started talking about it already. And this page 58, does feel like quite a key part of the assessment I want to focus in on. I suppose really, just an open question to Mr. Crawford, perhaps to start, just to perhaps move on to susceptibility. You've assessed that, and then how that links to sensitivity.
Yes, indeed, sir. So the LVIA assesses the northern field as having medium susceptibility. So what we're talking about is how susceptible is the character of the landscape to change from development of the nature proposed. So the northern field is rated as having medium susceptibility because the field pattern, the shape, the form, the boundaries of the field would not be affected by development of the nature proposed. The vegetation, which is all around the boundaries, would not be affected. So those are two of the key characteristics of the field. But of course, the ground within the field, the arable land, would fundamentally change from open agricultural land to built development and its associated open space. Given that, as I described, the northern field is relatively featureless, it doesn't have any particularly strong characteristics within it, and those that there are largely relate to its boundaries and its form, which could survive development. Hence, it gets a medium susceptibility. The southern field, those key characteristics beyond its boundaries are also in particular the field trees and the proximity to the conservation area and the one or two of the listed buildings. So those potentially could be significantly affected by a development, and therefore that has a higher significance. So it's about the ability to accommodate the nature of development and to what degree that would be likely to change the key defining characteristics.
Okay, thank you. Would it be fair to say, and please correct me if I'm wrong, but would it be fair to say that you feel the southern field draws a lot of its character in terms of the surroundings from Bottisham village and its listed buildings rather than from the northern fields and the agricultural background? Is that fair, or is that a misreading of your position?
I think it draws most of its character from the trees within the field.
Yeah. There's intrinsic character to the actual field.
If there were no field trees, if it was just a grass field, then I think it would be, pretty much as unremarkable as the northern field. I think the only aspect it would have that would elevate it slightly would be its proximity to the village edge, and particularly the more historic parts of the village. So for me, it's largely the trees. So.
Okay. Just finishing right to my notes. Yes, Mr. Brown, your thoughts on susceptibility, please.
Yeah, so I think in terms of susceptibility, as I've mentioned previously, in terms of my my value judgment, that part of if we were to take the example, if you were to look at the northern field purely in isolation, forgetting its adjacency to the southern field, I can see where Mr. Crawford's coming from, that it's an arable field. I accept that. However, it's impossible to do that, as let's remember this is one appeal site. The proposals propose kind of quite a dense development on that northern field. So actually, I think the susceptibility of that southern field is intrinsically linked. I believe if we look at the third bullet point, so I'm on page 58 again on the tables, the second column, the third bullet point says the southern field in grazing use has a parkland character. So there is quite an amount of agreement here. I know Mr. Crawford says he doesn't think it's parkland, but I think it's parkland. And I think if we look at what makes something parkland, it is the trees, it's their spacing, it's the grassland, it's the land use in terms of grazing, but it's actually that open aspect, because as soon as you surround that with development, it stops being a parkland and it becomes a pocket park, which is something that is considerably different in character. So actually the susceptibility of that landscape is linked to what is around it. So actually I believe that they both have a high susceptibility, and they can't be separated.
So can I just respond on that parkland point?
Yes, please.
There are many areas of urban parkland. They are parkland that have that character of scattered trees within grassland, and can be entirely surrounded by urban areas. On the other hand, the classic rural parkland tends to be associated with a country house which is sitting remote from a settlement, entirely surrounded by a parkland landscape. This is neither of those. This sits on the edge of the village. It has built development on 3 sides. And on the 4th side, yes, it is currently open to the countryside. As I said, it's not parkland. It has a degree of parkland character, which is a combination of the trees and the grassland. But it's not, as Mr. Brown seems to be hinting towards, it is something like your classic rural parkland. It's not. It's surrounded by built development on 3 sides.
If I may, sir, come back on that.
Mhm.
So in terms of the built development on the sides, I agree in terms of the western boundary, it's more recent residential development that does have some character effects on the parkland. However, to the southern side, you know, we have grade 2 listed buildings. We have the Bottisham conservation area, and in fact, the Hilton Park Care Centre that does not have as much of an effect on that parkland itself. So I think it's quite important that 4th side is open. As soon as you were to close that with, let's be honest, 12-metre high linear blocks of development, that significantly alters that baseline landscape character to a point that I think it may alter it away from being a parkland, particularly with the access road as well that is proposed along the western boundary of the site. So even if it's the elements that Mr. Crawford is pointing out that make it, you know, in his words, semi-parkland or to have a parkland character, I think the development kind of alters away from those baseline elements too.
Okay, thank you. Is there anything you want to add to that, Mr. Crawford?
Well, just to come back on the 12-metre high linear blocks. So as you know, this is an outline application. It's defined by parameters. There is a maximum building height of 12 metres. That doesn't mean all the buildings will be 12 metres high. Also, it doesn't mean they will all be linear blocks. That is all to be resolved at the reserve matter stage. But the illustrative master plan, which gives an indication of what's anticipated, shows quite a significant number of much smaller buildings for you know, a large part of the development. So I just want to be clear that the way Mr. Brown chose to characterise it is not a fair representation of what is likely to be proposed. Otherwise, I think you've heard my views on the parkland point, so it may be we're ready to move on to significance.
Absolutely. I'm happy for you to carry on, Mr. Crawford. Although I'm just looking at the agenda. Before we get to significance, do we need to cover representative viewpoints? Because there is a point of disagreement there.
So we structured the agenda to deal with the landscape effects first. So if it's acceptable, it probably makes sense to sort of close out the assessment of the significance of the landscape impacts and then move on to the visual.
Okay, let's do that. Yes, please proceed.
Okay, so in terms of the significant effects, I'm intending to focus the discussion on effects of 15 years rather than those during construction and on completion. I think that's appropriate given the anticipated lifespan of the development. You know, residential development is typically thought of as having a couple 100 years lifespan, probably. And Mr. Brown in his proof talks about permanent and irreversible effects. So I think he's focused on the long term as well. So just if that's acceptable to Mr. Brown, to kind of keep the conversation simpler, I'm going to focus on the 15-year effects.
Mr. Brown's nodding.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Okay, thanks. So in terms of the magnitude of effects, this is where I mentioned an error in the LVIA that I need to highlight, and it is on page 58. So if we look towards the right-hand half of the page, there are 3 rows within the table. The top row being during construction, the middle row being on completion, and the bottom row being 15 years after completion. And if we look at in the third column from the right, which discusses magnitude, in the top row, the construction row, we have a moderate size scale for the northern field and slight for the southern field. And if you go down to the bottom of that box, having taken account of the other ingredients, those same values carry through into the magnitude moderate and slight. And looking at the right-hand column, they lead to moderate significant for both fields. And that's because the southern field has a higher sensitivity but a lower magnitude, so you end up with the same significance. Moving down a row, the scoring is precisely the same on completion as during construction. So you see a size scale which is moderate and slight, leading to a magnitude which is moderate and slight, and a significance which is moderate. When you get to the bottom row, the 15 years, the size and scale have both dropped by 1 notch. So they've dropped from moderate and slight down to slight and negligible.
Excuse me.
And similarly, in the right-hand column, we see the significance has dropped by a notch from moderate to minor. But if we look at the overall magnitude in the third column from the right, that hasn't adjusted. So that must be wrong. I think that must be simply a typographical error in producing it. The magnitude should reflect the same score as the size and scale as it does on construction, on completion. So the 15-year magnitude of effects on the landscape character of the site is slight for the northern field and negligible for the southern field. And when you combine that with the sensitivity, as I said, the southern field has a higher sensitivity but a lower magnitude. So both northern and southern fields come out with a minor significance at 15 years. And just for completeness, on the previous page, the planned peat fen character area comes out with a not significant effect. And that's because, given the scale of the character area and its broader characteristics, remember it's a very extensive character area, development is going to have no perceptible effect on the characteristics of the character area as a whole.
So the significance column, the one in light blue,
yeah,
that says minor, minor.
Yes.
I'm sorry, I was still noting down what you were saying about magnitude. I'm not sure if you also went on to talk about that final conclusion or not.
Sorry, I did touch on it. Yes. So by 15 years, due to the establishment of the new planting associated with the scheme, the magnitude of effect has reduced, and therefore the significance of the effect has reduced to a minor effect for both fields, and a not significant effect for the surrounding rural landscape.
So they retain their conclusion that's in the table despite your changes to the magnitude?
Yes, the significance column doesn't change, that's correct. It is purely, and I think it's a typographical error, at the bottom of the third from right column, where I suspect what's happened is somebody's copied and pasted it and then forgotten to amend it. But
okay.
It's clear from both the size and scale and the significance that the magnitude should drop by 1 level on both fields.
Why does the size and scale reduce at 15 years?
Because of the establishment of the planting that is proposed. So it's the planting around the outer boundary by 15 years is quite well established. It is softening views towards the development. It is mitigating the wider influence of the development on the character of the adjoining landscape. It is also actually, it is a boundary treatment that then is more in keeping with the character of the wider landscape. These tightly trimmed low hedgerows with no trees are not characteristic of the better aspects of the wider landscape as a whole. So the boundary planting makes that boundary more characteristic of the adjoining landscape. And then all the planting within the development. And so it might be appropriate just to refer to the relevant parameter plan. Which get the reference for. It is core document 2.23.
Okay.
The landscape parameter, or the public open space and landscape plan, as it's called. So it shows the planting along the outer edges of the development. Two aspects to that: the dark green line, which is the bottom item on the key, existing hedgerow retained, strengthened and enhanced with native species planting and intermittent hedgerow trees. You've then got the green strip along the northern boundary, which is the top item on the key, an area for intermittent groups of woodland trees set back from the boundary. The same dark green line also applies to the boundary between the two fields. So that's about enhancing and strengthening the existing hedgerow with native species planting and hedgerow trees. You've got a new hedgerow along the western boundary of the southern field. That's the green dashed line, new species rich hedgerow. And then the hatching across the southern field talks of enhancing this parkland area species rich grassland. And we've also got additional groups of parkland trees. That's the fifth item in the key. So the combination of all of that surrounding the development, both within the southern field and around the outer boundary, all help to integrate it into the landscape. And as I mentioned, in terms of particularly the hedgerow treatments, make them more characteristic of the landscape. So the overall effect is that the scale, and it's not scale in terms of dimension, it's kind of scale in terms of the degree of change to the landscape reduces after that 15-year period.
Mr. Brown, your thoughts, yes, particularly focusing on this 15 years after completion, please.
Yes, sir. And I think it's quite important at this point to go to the LVIA methodology, which is, I think, page 8 of the appendix, appendix D. And this is table 1.5. And this kind of, these are descriptors essentially that allow us to make, or I assume this is how the LVIA has made its judgment on the level of effect in terms of landscape effects. I'd just like to point your attention, sir, to if we look at the top two, major adverse and moderate adverse. So the descriptions, the proposals, and this is the major adverse, proposals will result in a total change in the key characteristics of landscape character, will introduce elements totally uncharacteristic to the attributes of the receding landscape, such as massing, scale, pattern, and features, will destroy and permanently degrade the integrity of the landscape character. Now, I'd agree to an extent this is probably too harsh for what we're saying about the character effects, particularly towards the more sensitive area of parkland or semi-parkland, however we want to refer it to. However, moderate adverse, I think actually captures the effects quite neatly. The proposals will result in a partial change in the key characteristics of landscape character. It's a very key characteristic that the parkland has visual connection with the wider countryside, and that is open on that northern aspect. That will be changed partially, if not quite significantly. Will introduce elements uncharacteristic to or out of the scale or odds with the attributes of the receiving landscape. Now, although there is some residential development along the western side, and there are some elements of the Hilton Park care home that are appreciable from the parkland. I do think actually a blanket development across the northern boundary, and including the mitigation planting, which at the moment isn't characteristic that close to the site, it is a partial change at minimum. So actually I find it difficult to see how it's not at least a moderate adverse landscape effect using the LVIA's own methodology.
Okay, Mr. Crawford, your thoughts on that, please.
Can I just clarify if Mr. Brown there was talking about 15 years?
Yeah, that's at 15 years, yes.
Right, okay, thank you. So just to, again, looking at page 58, in terms of the northern field, the LVIA has assessed a moderate scale of effect, and this table is scale of effect, although working through the process we see that comes to the same magnitude. It has assessed a moderate at day one, reducing to slight, and for the southern field it's assessed a slight, reducing to negligible. So where the retirement village itself, the buildings, and the great bulk of the development is going to take place, it is identifying a moderate effect at day one, and I've described the reason it reduces. And there's an element of balancing pluses and minuses in this. Clearly, the bulk of the buildings, the physical size and components of the development that are going to be constructed are not going to change over the course of 15 years. But the change that they cause to the landscape at day one will still be there. But the other elements create a change in the opposite direction. So there's some offsetting, some balancing. So the benefit of the addition and strengthening of planting, of developing a boundary character that is more characteristic of the landscape, and of reducing the influence of the development on the wider landscape as that planting starts to skew it, to screen it and break up the views. Those kind of offset the negatives. So there's always an element of professional judgment. You weigh them, and that is why that moderate scale in the northern field reduces to a slight scale after 15 years. In the southern field, looking at slight adverse landscape character, which is how change to landscape effect, which is how it's scored at day one and during construction, proposals result in little change to the key characteristics of landscape character. Those characteristics are the form of the field, its boundaries, its proximity to the village, as we discussed, the parkland trees. The development that is going to occur in the southern field is merely the construction of the access road through it. And then the other change the southern field will experience is the construction of the development in the northern field, which, yes, has a relationship. It will be perceptible from the southern field. Mr. Brown and I differ, as we've heard, on how important or how much value we give to the connection between the southern field and the wider countryside. In terms of the changes the southern field will experience, those the majority of its key components of its landscape character will remain unchanged. And as the planting matures and strengthens and those positive changes come in alongside the adverse changes, that does reduce to a negligible effect, a just discernible change to landscape character. After 15 years, there will be more parkland trees. There will be a new generation of parkland trees. There will be a hedgerow on the western boundary of the southern field, reducing the impacts, if you like, of the existing houses to the west, and the views to and the connection with the built development of the retirement village will have reduced and softened as the improvements to the planting along that boundary develop. So that's how we get to the magnitude of slight for the northern field and negligible for the southern field after 15 years. And then those equate, when you add in the sensitivity, to minor significance.
Okay, Mr. Brown, I think the key point there, I think, is about the mitigating effects of the planting as it matures. So yeah, I'd just like to understand on that, please.
Yeah, no, although I agree with Mr. Crawford that there is potential for the mitigation planting to soften the views to built development. I think that's fairly commonly accepted by the profession. However, the thing that doesn't mitigate is the loss of the openness and the links to the rural setting, which I think are fundamental elements of the baseline character. That the link between that parkland and what is beyond it, and how that character kind of infiltrates the parkland. The buildings themselves are obviously going to be quite harmful to that character, but the mitigation planting as well just reinforces the visual barrier between the two. So actually, that element of what has been lost is not mitigated. So I don't agree. I don't believe that this actually reduces the overall landscape effect.
Okay. Is there anything you'd like to say to that, Mr. Crawford?
If I can, sir, I'd just like to clarify that Mr. Brown is talking about the effects on the site itself, the landscape character of the site, and not of the wider rural landscape. Because within his proof at 5.4.2, he says at 15 years, he does consider that the effects will remain as major, and I quote, when appreciating the site from public footpath 2510, all residents along Maple Close, Cedar Walk and Rowan Close. But he says that it will reduce to a minor adverse effect when appreciating the settlement edge from the northwest along footpath 25-2 and Ancient Meadows. So sorry, if you'll forgive me kind of asking a question, but by clarification,
no, that's okay.
Were we talking about the effects on the site itself?
Yes. So what I've done there in my proof is I've qualified in terms of those ratings. It's where you appreciate that landscape character from. So I do appreciate from some of the more sensitive receptors to the northwest of the site, the mitigation planting and it's, I suppose, the way the development sits with the adjacent more recent development. I think it would have more of a mitigating effect. However, I think when appreciated from the south and from the public footpath that runs along the west of the site, it won't have a mitigating effect. And yeah, you're correct. I've made the clear distinction in my proof between those.
Okay, so thanks very much for clarifying that. I guess 2 points there. That feels to me like we're confusing landscape effects with visual effects. Landscape effects occur regardless of whether anyone can see them. So in talking about appreciating them from a footpath or as seen from a house, that feels like we're confusing two things. But setting that point aside, so I think Mr. Brown is confirming my conclusion, he's supporting my case, that the effects on landscape character are highly localized to the site and its immediate surroundings, and they diminish very rapidly with distance. So whilst he's maintaining a major effect on the character of the site itself, he's saying that by the time you get to Ancient Meadows and footpath 25-2, which are only 300 meters away, in his view, those effects reduce to minor. So I think we obviously aren't going to reach agreement on precisely how we're scoring the effects on the site, but I would like to note that point, that I think we are agreed that they are highly localized and diminish rapidly with distance out from the site into the countryside.
Mr. Brown, looking at your 5.4.2, what is your final conclusion at 15 years? Because you've obviously got almost 2 answers to that.
I think, as I've explained it, I do almost think it's different depending on where you're perceiving, and I don't think that you can completely kind of separate the way that character is perceived from how it's seen, and I do think that is something that is commonly done as well. So I do effectively have 2 answers for that. I do think that from the footpaths that are further northwest and from Ancient Meadows, that yes, it would have minor effects. I think based on this discussion, we could probably reduce the effects that I think from the south. I mean, I say major here. I think it kind of sits between the 2 in terms of the 2 descriptors that I read out. That perhaps I would accept a kind of a moderate to major effect from how it's appreciated from the south. But I do think, nevertheless, that mitigation planting, particularly when viewed from the south and the footpath to the west, it doesn't mitigate those elements of character that have been lost.
Okay, because I was reading 5.4.2. I don't think you actually give a weighting to from the south at 15 years, but you're not giving that to me under cross-examination.
It's where I mentioned the conservation area and residences along the high street, that they're from the south. I think that's in my 5.4.2.
Oh yeah, because you say it won't reduce, so therefore you're sticking to the major significant, but you've now qualified that down to moderate to major.
Yes, I think that's fair.
Okay, thank you. I'm looking at the times, coming up to an hour and a half in, and we feel like we're getting towards the end of the landscape impacts section anyway. Perhaps if I can ask for some final points from either side on landscape, we can then have a break and we can come back and move on to the general visual impact section, if that's okay with both of you. So is there anything either you would like to do or sum up your position in terms of landscape, please? Maybe starting with Mr. Brown.
So essentially, it seems our difference kind of relies on. I believe that there's an intrinsic link between the character of the northern and southern field, and I believe that to an extent the mitigation planting won't reduce the loss of character elements that will be lost from the proposed scheme.
Okay, thank you. And Mr. Crawford.
To sum up on my side, sir, as we've discussed, I do see a very clear distinction between the 2 fields. Given that the southern field is surrounded on 3 sides by built development, I don't place as much value as Mr. Brown does on its connection to the countryside to the north. I do think, for the reasons we've discussed, he's slightly overvaluing and overrating some of these aspects. But I think clearly you wouldn't be expecting us to end up agreeing on everything. But I think a key point of what is common ground is this point that the significant effects are very largely focused on the site itself and the public footpath and the houses that immediately surround it, and that those effects diminish rapidly, and therefore the effect on the wider countryside is very minor.
Okay, thank you. I do have one just overarching question. We talk about the north field and the south field, but the north field, or the agricultural field, is really more L-shaped, as is the actual development itself. Is there anything we need to cover? And it may be we cover this more in the next section on general visual impacts rather than in landscape, about the thin bit of land that comes down towards Bottisham village on the eastern side, or can we keep it quite separate as simply, north field, south field, but the north field includes that land on the east?
So, Shall I go?
You go
Yeah.
first, Mr. Quantum.
So yes, you're quite correct. That sort of eastern leg of the North Field is part of the same field. Its own intrinsic value is the same as the main part of the Northern Field. Part of the built development would be within that field. Whilst it falls the other side of the boundary on that regional landscape character map, it is generally the case that when in undertaking landscape character assessments, you have to draw a line on a plan to mark the edge of a character area. But there isn't normally a particularly abrupt change from one side of the line to the other. There is generally a transition. And I would say there isn't any particular significance that we should attribute to the fact that it sits the other side of that line. The developments in that field will be very closely associated with the buildings at Hilton Park, which are immediately adjacent. And I don't think, so I guess what I would say is the things we've been saying about the Northern Field, I think would in most significant respects equally apply to that limb of the L, and the things that we've been saying about the Southern Field wouldn't apply to it. So subject to what Mr. Brown says, I think we can probably as a working distinction, we can retain the simple north-south one we've been using.
I don't think I can agree with that, sir. I think if we look at LVIA viewpoint 7, which is, sorry, I'm looking at a paper copy without page numbers. Let me see if I can find a page reference for you.
No, I might be able to find this by keyword searching.
So I think it's PDF.
PDF page 53.
That's the one. Thank you, Mr. Simons. So
Yeah,
I think you'll see from the photograph, it's very difficult to discern the difference between the southern parkland field and that area of the northern field, which doglegs around. So in terms of, I think it shows that actually it is very difficult to separate the two. I can't see how it has that same purely arable character when perceived from public viewpoints. And it's then clear as well that once built development has been introduced to that area, that backdrop of quite dense woodland, which screens an element of the Hilton Park Care Centre, that will have buildings in front of it, so actually it will be quite visible.
So to respond on that, I think, to be honest, from this photograph, you can't really see where that second limb of the field is. There isn't any arable land that's particularly apparent in the photograph. You will obviously see it, so when you visit the site for yourself, and you'll be able to walk it. What you will also see is that in the winter half of the year, the buildings of Hilton Park are very clearly visible, and would be very clearly visible in this view, and actually in summer, because I've had the benefit of visiting the site both in summer and in winter. Even in summer, they are still readily apparent, far more than is apparent on this photograph. So I think, sir, you'll form your own view when you visit the site.
Does this affect? I think the answer is no, because I'm sure you took account of this in your assessment. The conclusions that we've just been discussing are all on the basis that the agricultural land is the Northfield. Is that correct? Including the eastern limb?
Sorry, so can you clarify what you mean when you say
So we've
agricultural
got
land?
the Northfield and the Southfield.
Yeah.
And I've only just raised this point right at the end, because if I'm being honest, it only just occurred to me right at the end. But when we've been talking about the Northfield in inverted commas, have you always been, both of you, thinking of that as including that limb to the east as well, because that's also agricultural land.
Yes, sir. Yes, that limb to the east is all part of the northern field. It's all arable land in the same agricultural regime, and it will all be the site of the retirement village. So yes, I've and sorry, I was just slightly getting distracted when I
don't really want to open it up too much.
I don't need to add to that.
I understand where we all stand, and in terms of landscape, I've got all the data that I need, and of course I can make my own judgment when I go on site and look. But it may be something that we need to bear in mind when we come back after the break. We're talking about visual impacts, just to make sure we understand the impact both on that limb as well as in the northern section.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Sure.
Okay, thank you. In that case, if you're both happy, I'd quite like to take a break now. Then we can come back with agenda item 5 onwards. So perhaps 20 minutes, and we come back at 11:25. Okay.
Thanks, sir.
Thank you very much. The inquiry is adjourned. Thank you. Welcome back, everybody. The time is 11:25 and the inquiry is resumed. Okay, so if we can now carry on with the roundtable session. Mr. Crawford and Mr. Brown. So we're now on agenda item 5, and this is whether or not the viewpoints in the LVIA are representative. In particular, Mr. Brown's inclusion of further viewpoints. So perhaps if I could just turn to you first, Mr. Brown, just to get an understanding of your reasoning for these additional viewpoints, please.
Yes, sir. So I think if we look at the appellant's LVIA, they have actually quite efficiently and quite effectively used a digital ZTV, a zone of theoretical visibility, to identify any of the areas that might potentially experience visual effects. And I think perhaps if we go to the relevant page. Sorry, it's just loading on my computer. Still struggling to load. Oh, here we go. So if we go to, I think it's electronic page 36 and 37, they've used, I would assume, GIS technology to identify areas where there might be visibility towards the proposed scheme, and you can see these areas are shown with a very light red, kind of pinky colour. Normally, I'd say it's standard practice to take a map like this and to look at what would be considered the particularly high sensitivity receptors, such as public footpaths, bridleways, residents in their own homes, and then to kind of look at the crossover between the two and to pick key viewpoints that are representative of the type of effects that might be experienced by receptors. However, I think when you look at the viewpoints selected by the appellant's LVIA, there are some significant ones that are missing. For example, there's a footpath, which is the reference is FP25/2, which is northwest of the site, and it runs kind of northwards from Beechwood Avenue. Now they do have some viewpoints from the road taken at the top. I'll just find a name for that road. Park End. However, they do not assess the effects of walkers using that footpath, which, of course, as we know from GVLI 3, are highly sensitive receptors. They don't assess the views from residents in Ancient Meadows, which sits adjacent to that footpath. They also fail to assess the visual effects from residents along Rowan Close. And surprisingly, there's actually no mention of visual effects of residents on High Street, although they mention pedestrians. They don't mention the residents along High Street. So I've taken some key views. Oh, and I'm sorry, I forgot the other one was Bridleway FP2. 25/9, which is quite far east of the site, and it runs along Chalk Ridge. And I've taken viewpoints, representative viewpoints from all of these points.
Okay, Mr. Crawford, your response to that, please.
Yes, so thank you. The approach that Mr. Brown has described of generating a ZTV on a computer, the key point to note about zones of theoretical visibility is that they are theoretical, and it is always the case that when you take them to site, you find the actual visibility is less than is shown on the ZTV, because the data that is used to model the ZTV isn't able to pick up the finer grain of hedgerows and individual trees and smaller buildings and so on. So yes, you generate it, you take it to site, and you use it effectively to target your survey work, and identify the areas of likely visibility of the scheme. So as I said at the outset, my practice wasn't involved in the LVIA, but I assume they followed that process. The LVIA, the initial, obviously all the application documents were revised in November 2020, but the initial one was submitted with the application in February 2020. And until we received Mr. Brown's proof at Christmas, there had been no suggestion at all from the council that any viewpoints may have been missed, or that the LVIA was insufficient in any way. So over the course of nearly 2 years, there was no feedback to that effect from the council. But you know, I'm not going to be picky. I'm happy to work with Mr. Brown's viewpoints. Just a few observations on the viewpoints themselves before we come on to discuss the effects. His viewpoint 1, and so it would be helpful to have his viewpoint plan, which I'll try and give you a reference for.
I think on there, CD, well, the appendices to his proof, PDF page 3.
That's it. Thank you, sir. Yeah. So his viewpoint 1 is on footpath 25 to the west, as he acknowledges the LVIA and indeed my greenbelt assessment had a viewpoint close to the northern end of that footpath where it joins the road. But as I say, I'm happy to use his viewpoint 1. What I would note in relation to that plan is that from visiting the site with his photograph, the location isn't quite where he's shown it on that plan. It's more towards the north edge of that field, so it's shown effectively at the corner of the housing on the edge of the village, but actually it's the photograph is clearly taken something like 100 meters further north, shortly before you reach the field boundary. Just a minor detail. Viewpoints 2 and 3 on the bridleway to the east, the site is scarcely visible, if at all, from there. Mr. Brown himself assesses a negligible change by year 15. I think, probably to be honest, if I'd been doing the LVIA, I would have visited it and scoped it out and decided it wasn't worth including as representative viewpoints. But given the very low level of effect Mr. Brown identifies, I'm assuming we don't need to dwell further on those, but you may correct me. His additional views 4.5 are both within the grounds of private properties. They're within the gardens of 2 of the houses on the north side of the high street. That, in my view, isn't an appropriate professional approach. LVIA viewpoints are pretty much universally selected from publicly accessible locations. And the way one goes about it is to identify groups of receptors. So in this case, a receptor group might be residents of those houses on the north side of the high street, and then to choose a viewpoint that is able to represent the views they experience. So LVIA viewpoint 6, which is taken at the site entrance, adjacent to the south end of footpath FP 2510, I think would be perfectly capable of representing the views of those residents from High Street. The only other thing I'd note is probably his Mr. Brown's number 7 is just taken from slightly further along the public footpath than the LVIA viewpoint 7. I can't see that it adds anything at all, but I think when we get into discussing the actual receptors, the residents and the footpath users, that probably isn't going to be material.
Okay, I think in general we can sort of cover this off as we talk about the actual visual impacts.
Yeah.
The only one question I think I might go back to Mr. Brown on is this point about the views from private property. And just your position on that, please.
Yeah, no, GVLI 3 does not state specifically that all viewpoints have to come from publicly accessible locations. And actually, as Mr. Crawford was saying, I was actually in the process of taking a photograph that showed the view between some of the private residences when one of the residents came out and actually invited me to take the photograph from his garden. So actually, I felt that would best represent the viewpoint from those residents if that was the receptor that I was trying to show. So actually, in some cases, it is common practice to take those photos if they're available. I mean, if anything, they're going to show what you're trying to show a lot more accurately than a viewpoint slightly to one side, which, you know, although could be representative, it shows it more accurately to actually take those photos from those locations. It was actually then from a conversation with that private homeowner that then led to his neighbour inviting me in to take the photograph from Bottisham House. The thing that's a bit different about that photograph is obviously it takes the very specific view from the clairvoyant, which, you know, as we know, is listed, and it, you know, it shows a clear relationship between the parkland and the feature that has been intentionally designed to view that parkland. So that was another important thing to mention. The other thing I was just going to say, viewpoint 7 is more intended for the Greenbelt discussion. I acknowledge, as Mr. Crawford said, that they do have viewpoints from FP 2510. That's more to show kind of the relationship to the openness of the Greenbelt.
So would you mind, I'm so sorry to interrupt. Obviously, I know this is not my, I'm going to back out in a moment. Would you mind, could I just say one very short thing? And it's not about any of the evidence that the witnesses are giving, but it's just to remind you of one thing that I'm sure you've already picked up on, that which is to say that in the various points and the reasons for refusal, there is not, and nor does Mr. Brown say that there is, obviously, so this is common ground, a point about residential amenity. So visual amenity of residences, and certainly you might see in other cases residential amenity assessments, visual amenity assessments taken from a number of, you know, habitable rooms, whatever it might be, from different homes that look out over a site in order to reach a view on that. So I just wanted to note that that's not one of the things that the witnesses are talking to you about. Okay,
thank you.
If I may just come back on one point, please, sir. I think what's important here is we're raising points about methodology here that although Mr. Crawford said, you know, there are some times where you go to site and you discount views. I think from the additional views provided, people of the experience, I think the LVIA was written by directors. Mr. Crawford has 26 years experience. I would expect them to take viewpoints from these locations. I think it would be the professional norm, and I do think that they would be expected. And you know, we're required by GVLI 3, whether it's a refusal or not, to assess the residential views. I don't believe that's been fully done in this case.
So the requirement is to identify the receptors who are likely to be affected, and then to assess the effects on them. But we're getting into obscure points of methodology. I don't think it's productive. As I said, I'm happy to work with Mr. Brown's viewpoints in addition to the LVIA ones, insofar as they're relevant to assessing the effects.
Okay, in that case, we will move on. Thank you, Mr. Crawford. So that brings us on to agenda item 6, visual impacts. And moving straight on to points of disagreement, because of course that's the most interesting bit. The extent and significance of visual effects on receptors other than those mentioned at 6.2 above, which is pedestrians and road users. Is the best place to look and to help frame this discussion the LVIA Appendix C, as mentioned at 6.1?
Probably wise.
Yes, sir. Yeah.
Okay, let's all just bring that up then. Does anybody have a PDF page number, please?
It's we were on page 58, which was the character of the site, so there'll be a few pages on from there. So sorry,
it's page 60, sir.
Okay, yes, thank you. So we obviously have a number of viewpoints here. Which are the key ones that we need to discuss?
Could I suggest, if I may, sir, that we do it by receptor groups, and then we can refer to the viewpoints if needed to illustrate the points.
I'm happy with that.
I think that the areas that we, or the receptors we need to discuss are residents in various different streets, and users of footpath 2510 and 25.2. If Mr. Brown's happy that we don't also have to do the bridle way to the east, but we can obviously do that if we need to.
Yeah, no, agreed.
Okay, perhaps we start with residents then.
Shall I go, sir, or would Mr. Brown like to?
I'm happy for you to start, Mr. Crawford.
Okay, thank you, sir. So as we did with the landscape effects, I suggest we focus on effects at 15 years. And if we start then with residents of those houses on High Street to the south of the site, there's, I think, about 7 or 8 houses on that stretch, which will have differing visibility across the site. Mr. Brown's 2 photographs, probably from the 2 that have the clearest views from their gardens, but potentially there may be others in that group. So they look essentially northwards across the southern field. The development will occur in the southern field. There'll be the access road, which will be fairly close along the western edge of that field, and the houses sit a little bit further east. So they'll have little visibility of the access road. They will then see the buildings of the retirement village in the northern field, so at some distance beyond the hedgerow. The views will be broken up by the retained field trees and by the new planting. So my assessment would be that they would have a slight magnitude of effect, resulting in a significance of a moderate adverse effect. And I'd note that that's the same assessment that Mr. Brown gives for 161 High Street. So I think we're pretty much in the same place there, subject to Bottisham House, which I suggest we come to next.
Sorry, sir, I'm just trying to find this in the LVIA table, as all of the receptors that are identified are just motorists and byway users from the viewpoints south of the there's some pedestrians, but I can't see residential receptors.
Viewpoint 6 in the table. I'm sorry, sir, my Acrobat's given up on me, so I can't give you a PDF reference.
It's okay, I'm getting there, 67 and 68.
So that is identifying residents as a receptor from that viewpoint.
I didn't think that was from the south. I thought that was from the west. I'm sorry, I just need to find my viewpoint map.
Yes.
It's by the south, but by the site entrance. So to the left are the houses on Maple Close and Cedar Walk, and to the right are the houses on High Street.
So the PDF page number for the viewpoint map I've obviously looked at it before, but I've lost it again.
So I've,
Sorry, I
That's
have a note of
that's
that.
38, sir, is the viewpoint map.
Okay, thank you. That
yeah, I'm with you now.
You're going to hear my printer in the background because I think it might be easier than me just flicking across screens just to print this out.
Yeah.
Please carry on speaking.
So yes, on that viewpoint location plan, photograph 6, the little arrow attached to it is pointing west, sort of implying that it's illustrating more of the views from the houses on the western side boundary. But actually, if you look at the photograph, it's a panorama, and the section of it that looks broadly north or northeast across the field is reasonably representative of the views available from those houses on the high street.
Let's just draw up the photograph then, because also we need to establish how representative this is. This is PDF page 52.
Thank you. So I'm sorry I can't help with the PDF numbers. But as you can see, the view over the gate is looking broadly northwards across the fields. You can see the parkland trees, you can see the hedgerows separating the northern field from the southern field. You would, from this viewpoint, see the buildings of the retirement village once they were built in that field. So that, I would suggest, is suitable and representative for considering the views of those from those houses on High Street.
Mr. Brown?
Yes, no, agreed.
Okay. Okay, so if you'd like, yeah, I'll come back on the points of substance, Mr. Brown.
Yes, no, I do agree with Mr. Crawford in terms of I think we said a moderate construction completion, then reducing to a minor at year 15. However, if we do move on to Bottisham House, I think this is a different situation. Although it is a residence along High Street, I think it has an increased sensitivity. And I think particularly as the feature is designed to frame a view, it has an increased visual sensitivity. So I've used the table on page table 1.9 on page 12 of the appellant's methodology, and I've assessed this to have a major visual effect, as it would cause a dominant or complete change of contrast to the view, resulting from the loss or addition of features in the view, which will substantially alter the appreciation of the composition of the view, as I think it changes it significantly. So although just to be clear, I do agree with Mr. Crawford's general assessment of residents along High Street. However, particularly in the case of Bottisham House, I give a more significant assessment.
So if I can respond to that, Mr. Brown is saying that he thinks it has a higher sensitivity. All the residential receptors are classified as having a high sensitivity. So the residents of 161 High Street, where Mr. Brown finds a moderate significance, those residents have a high sensitivity. So in saying that the residents of Bottisham House have a higher sensitivity, I don't quite know what grade he's suggesting should be applied to them. But I think there's a to then look at the scale of change and his reference to table 1.8. I don't accept for a moment that there will be a complete change, a dominant or complete change in the view. The change in the view, I'm sorry, forgive me, I'm just finding Mr. Brown's photograph. His photograph 5 shows that you, in this particular view, you can't see the access road, which will be over to the left. because the boundary wall obscures that. So the change to the view will be that the buildings of the retirement village will be apparent beyond the hedgerow and through the parkland trees. The other characteristics of the view, the open pasture of the southern field, the field trees, and indeed the wall and the clairvoyant railings themselves will all be unchanged. So I see no basis at all for describing the effects on this view as different from his description of the effects on the view from 161, which is the photograph is actually on the same page. It feels like an exaggeration of an effect on this particular property, and there is no basis for separating it out. Yes, it's a listed building. Yes, the clairvoyant is a historic feature, but we're not talking here about heritage effects. We're talking about changes to the visual experience of the residents of these houses. Now, my visual experience as a resident, it's no different whether I live in a historic listed house or whether I live in a modern house that was built last year. It's about the nature and the character and the quality of the views I see. So there is no basis at all for separating out Bottisham House from the other houses on the high street when we're talking about effects on visual amenity. So to me, we should, I'm afraid, ignore Mr. Brown's assessment of Bottisham House and say that the effects for all the residents of those houses on High Street are moderate, which I think he agrees for all of them except Bottisham House.
If I may, sir, I'd quite like to add that this is a distinctive design feature that's specifically been added to appreciate the view, which has character connections with Bottisham House. It's a rural parkland landscape that linked to the listed building. So I do think there is grounds for it to be given a slightly more sensitive approach. And although, as Mr. Crawford said, other receptors along High Street are also classed as highly sensitive, I think that's if you apply it as the strict kind of just logical, high plus this equals this, then I don't think in this case you can, as it is a very specifically designed feature to appreciate that view.
That feels like you're almost moving over slightly into heritage comments, and that's not what we have as a reason for refusal. So I think that's a bit I'm really trying to get straight in my mind.
Yes. Now, obviously, I'm not a heritage expert. However, I can appreciate that the landscape setting of this view is what the design intent was. It's very clear that it's a window to the parkland that is there. I'm not making heritage judgments. I'm just saying that character and that view will be significantly altered by the proposals.
It still feels like we're moving into setting of a listed building and the kind of discussions that we should perhaps only be having if that was actually a reason for refusal. I mean, maybe that. Yeah, I'm just trying to think through how that squares with this being simply a discussion about visual impacts, and therefore what weight I can place on it.
It is a little bit unusual, sir, to start getting into things like the specific design considerations of an individual building in a character and appearance roundtable. Not getting into the merits of Bottisham House one way or the other, lovely building and everything. But given, as you say, that when this isn't a heritage roundtable, it is a bit odd, and it is quite hard to see how the jigsaw fits together, really. Because when, as Mr. Crawford said, we're interested in views, in general.
So I think of relevance is item 534 in the main statement of common ground. The which says the council considers that the scheme would not adversely affect the character and amenities of the conservation area and listed buildings within close proximity to the site. So, and this is under the heritage heading in the statement of common ground. So, you know, if I think we're getting into sort of blurred territory between visual amenity and heritage impact, and you know, the council is very clear. If we're talking about the amenity of being able to enjoy the historic view through the clairvoyer, the council is very clear that there is, in statement of common ground, that there is would not adversely affect the amenities of listed buildings such as Bottisham House. So yeah, my case remains, sir, that you can't single out the residents of Bottisham House and elevate the level of harm they suffer compared with their neighbours.
Okay, I think we can move on, because I think I've made a note of where we stand on that. So I think that's fine. I understand where you're both coming from. Largely irrelevant, but close proximity is a tautology.
We'll have to live with it.
I say that because I sometimes write it in my draft decision letters, or having to go back when I'm proofreading and strike it out because I know it's wrong. Because it's such a common parlance. But anyway, that's an aside. So that's the residents on the high street. Are there any other groups of residents that you want to talk through?
Well, moving around to the west side of the field, and residents on Maple Close and Cedar Walk. This is the area I mentioned at the outset where I actually disagree with the assessment in the LVIA. The LVIA says minor significance for them. I say moderate, actually. I rate it as a slightly higher than the LVIA. So I give it the residents on the west side of the southern field the same significance as those on the south side. Just very briefly to talk through that the access road will be in the foreground of their views, albeit that the new boundary hedge on the west side, the western site boundary, will limit those views, particularly from the gardens and ground floor level. The buildings of the retirement village, those on the extra arm of the L, as we were discussing, will be partly visible in the distance, the other side of the field, beyond both the existing and new trees. Those on the main part of the northern field would be seen obliquely from some of those houses. I think would be screened in views from others by the existing woodland that is in the northwest corner of that field. So, as I say, a moderate significance for those.
Okay, and Mr. Brown, just for your position on those that group of residents, please.
Yeah, so in terms of my assessment, I've said obviously they're a high sensitivity receptor. I've said that there will be a moderate adverse level of effect by year 15, which, using the table 1.9, which equates to significance, I've said that equates to a major significance. So high sensitivity, moderate effect, which leads to a major significance. And
can you just highlight the principal reasons for that, please?
So it's essentially using their descriptors again. So if we go to moderate effect, the proposals will cause a clearly noticeable change or contrast to the view. So there will obviously be the open aspect along the northern part of the appeal site will be lost. There will be the introduction of built development. As Mr. Crawford mentioned, the access road will be there. So it would be clearly a noticeable change, and it will have some effect on the composition resulting from the loss or addition of features that will noticeably alter the appreciation of the view.
Okay, thank you. And your thoughts about that at 15 years, even after the landscaping has matured?
Yeah, as we've discussed previously, and when we talked about the effects of mitigation in the character debate, I don't think that, although it will soften the appearance of the new built development, I don't think it mitigates the loss of those views out to towards the east, out towards the chalk ridge, the rising topography, and that visual connection with the countryside. I don't think that aspect of the loss of view has been mitigated.
Okay. So is it partially glimpsed views of buildings, but also partially, if there is more extensive landscaping along those boundaries, then this in itself is a change because of the, in your view, a negative change because of the reduction in the open aspect?
Yeah, so one of the important aspects of the view is the open aspect, and that will be lost by either the buildings or the mitigation that's there to try and soften the buildings.
Mr. Crawford, if you like.
So yes, if I could just respond on that, I'm puzzled, I must admit, why Mr. Brown rates the effects on these residents higher than the effects on the residents on High Street, which he rates as moderate after 15 years, whilst he rates these as major. Obviously, the alignment of the view, the precise components is slightly different, but essentially both sets of residents are looking across the southern field towards the retirement village, to either the north of it or the east of it, at a considerable distance across the field, through the trees, over the hedgerow, etc. Yeah, in my view, they both get the same ultimate rating of moderate significance, and I'm not quite understanding why Mr. Brown differentiates between them.
If I may, sir.
Yes.
Yeah, the main difference between the two is that actually from the residents along High Street, their view to the outer into open countryside isn't as apparent because of the woodland screen to the north. However, the residents along the western side, they do have views out into the open countryside and that rising topography of the chalk ridge, so they can appreciate from that view where the settlement sits within the wider context of the landscape, and actually from their viewpoint that will be lost, whereas from High Street that's not part of their view.
Okay, thank you. Very clear explanation. Thank you.
Okay, so yeah, I think we've sort of come to this point before, haven't we? Which is Mr. Brown's views on the connection between the southern field and the wider countryside. I don't think I have anything to add in response.
No, that's fine. Thank you. Okay. So other residents?
Those adjoining the west end of the northern field, so that's a few houses on Rowan Close and Beechwood Avenue. Mr. Brown's viewpoint 6, I think, addresses them. And just to save any argument, those aren't covered in the LVIA. So now that Mr. Brown has highlighted it, I've made my own assessment. Those residents, there's about a dozen houses bounding the west end and the first part of the southern boundary of that northern field. They will, particularly from their upper stories, but in some cases from the ground floor, have clear views of the built development, particularly the affordable housing component, at such close quarters, whilst the planting that is proposed will be apparent and soften them, it wouldn't be sufficient to reduce the significance over the course of 15 years. So I accept Mr. Brown's assessment of a major significance of effect for those residents.
Okay, thank you. I'm not sure. Obviously, Mr. Brown, please add anything you like, but it feels like Mr. Crawford's just agreed with you there, essentially.
Yeah, no, I agree.
Okay, thank you. So if we were, let's go back to the LVIA. So your conclusion, Mr. Crawford, if it had been in the LVIA, in the significance box at 15 years, just to make sure I've noted this down correctly for those residents.
Major adverse. So.
Major adverse. Okay. Thank you. And are there any other residents groups that we need to look through?
The last group is those on Ancient Meadows, which Mr. Brown's additional viewpoint 1 represents. So this is a group of about 6 or 7 houses that back onto the open field that lies north of our northern field, at the west end of that field, so adjacent to footpath 25-2, about 300 metres west of the site.
Yes, thank you.
There's, as you'll see when you visit site, if you haven't already, so there's quite a substantial hedgerow along that boundary, so that greatly limits any views they might have from the ground floor or their gardens, but they do have clear views from the upper story windows. It's a very oblique view of the site, given that location, and it's seen in the context of the existing houses actually along Beechwood Avenue. So effectively they're looking along the backs of those houses to what is currently a gap where our northern field is, and then beyond that they see Hilton Park. So the effect of the development would be to fill that gap, and over the course of 15 years to strengthen that boundary planting, as I explained earlier. On the basis of that analysis, I agree with Mr. Brown's assessment again of a moderate adverse significance of effect at 15 years.
Okay, thank you. Anything you'd like to add, Mr. Brown?
No, nothing from me, sir.
Okay.
So I think that completes. I'm sorry, sir.
I was actually just about to ask that question. Does that complete the residents?
It completes the residents. Next on my list would be the footpath users.
Okay.
So firstly, footpath 2510, which is the one that runs immediately to the west of the southern field. Again, the receptor group footpath users are of high sensitivity, the same as the residents of houses, and the visual experience for them is going to be substantially the same as those residents on Maple Close, Cedar Walk. I reached the same conclusion of a moderate significance of effect. And Mr. Brown says major, but I'm sure he'll respond. The only other point I would make is that that footpath is likely to be very little used. It is effectively a dead end. It leads nowhere. It just runs along the backs of those houses and then ends. I suggest relatively few recreational walkers are going to experience these effects.
Okay, and Mr. Brown, just understanding of why you've raised this above that level. Thank you.
Can I just firstly add, sir, that the footpath, although when marked on the OS map is a dead end, actually between the two houses, the The fences have been built and a permanent alleyway has been established, so it actually isn't a dead end.
Oh, sorry, yeah, no, it does cut through into one of those side
I
streets.
walked through that cut through when I was on my side.
Yeah.
Yeah, apologies.
Yeah.
But nevertheless, it's not a route that leads out into the countryside.
Agreed. Yes, no, much like Mr. Crawford mentioned, I've assessed the receptors along footpath 2510 in the same way as have the residents that are adjacent to it. I believe that there'll be a moderate adverse level of effects by year 15, which equates to major significance. And as mentioned before, it's with that the aspect of leading out into the wider countryside, the long distance views that will be lost, and even the mitigation planting will still obscure those views. So I don't see that being mitigated.
Okay. Okay, thank you. And footpath, I'm sorry, let's look at my notes. The other footpath, I can't remember the number.
25-2, so yes, so
Yeah.
So this is the footpath that runs along the boundary, not the site boundary, along the alongside Ancient Meadows, so about 300 metres west of the site. For the stretch that is within that field, immediately north of our northern field, so from Mr. Brown's viewpoint southwards, I give it the same assessment as for the residents of Ancient Meadows, so a moderate. Well, I agree with Mr. Brown's assessment as a moderate adverse there. What I would add, though, is that as soon as the footpath passes through the hedgerow on the north edge of that field, just a little way north of Mr. Brown's viewpoint, the view then becomes heavily screened by trees and other vegetation, and the change to the view for all the remainder of that footpath heading northwards towards LVIA viewpoint 8, I think it is. Yes, 8. The change there will be negligible for the remainder of that footpath. So in terms of significant effects, being those scored at moderate or above, we're talking of the stretch of footpath leading past Ancient Meadows and up to the first field boundary.
Okay, thank you. Yes, Mr. Brown, but have your response. Yeah, particularly about that description of the change as people walk along the footpath, please.
No, I would agree with Mr. Crawford that there is a change once you've breached the field boundary. I'm not sure I would agree with his negligible rating. I think a slight adverse level of change, so the proposals will cause a perceptible change or contrast to the view, as although it is screened. And appreciate this is maybe a seasonal thing that I visited during the winter months. I do think it's a perceptible change. So I would say a slight level, which would then equate with its high sensitivity to a moderate significance.
So south of the hedgerow, Mr. Brown assessed it as moderate significance, and he's saying it's still moderate significance north of the hedgerow. Is that right?
That probably is wrong. Maybe in that case, my rating for south of the hedgerow should be higher then. The proposals would cause a clearly noticeable change. Some effect on conversation. Yeah, I think that's fair. So perhaps my rating should be higher for the section south of the hedgerow.
So that should be high.
No, sorry, it would be a moderate averse, which would be a high sensitivity receptor with a moderate effect is a major significance.
Okay, and obviously that's a change, so I'll give you, Mr. Crawford, a chance to come back on that.
Yeah, one, I'm a bit puzzled. So for within his proof, for the residents of Ancient Meadows, whose view is essentially the same, he has a slight magnitude of effect, giving a moderate significance, and bearing in mind the sensitivity is the same between the two groups, residents and footpath users, both high. So it's a slight magnitude, moderate significance. In his proof, he gave the same level of effect for that footpath without specifying which section of the footpath, but his representative viewpoint is south of the hedgerow, the field boundary. So he scored it again as slight magnitude, moderate significance. He's now saying he wants to upgrade that for the southern section of the footpath. Is he going to want to upgrade the residents of Ancient Meadows as well? I'm slightly losing track of the logic with respect.
I think perhaps maybe if we look at additional viewpoint 1, and we can look at the photo. So it's on the electronic page 4 of my appendices.
Yeah.
So you can see there that the red dotted line shows the line of development. And in terms of the description here, in terms of moderate adverse effect, the proposals will call a clearly noticeable or contrast to the view. I think it will be clearly noticeable that half of that section of the open views to the east will be obscured by the proposed development, and will have some effect on the composition resulting from the loss or addition of features in the view that will noticeably alter the appreciation of it. So I do believe that the moderate adverse description is correct in this case.
Yes, but then does that lead you to moderate significance or major significance? And if so, why is that different from Ancient Meadows?
So yes, so that would be a high sensitivity, moderate effect, which would be major significance. And I take your point that wouldn't be different from Ancient Meadows. So Ancient Meadows should also be in that category, as that viewpoint photo is taken to represent the two receptor groups.
I suppose just pause here for a moment, because I don't want to start regrading things on the hoof, and then that's realizing tomorrow that we've started to confuse things. Are you confident that all your other conclusions are still accurate and you don't need to review them?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Would you mind, sir? And I know this again, it's not cross-examination, obviously.
Yeah.
But could I ask Inspector you a question, if you like,
Yeah.
and then you can decide whether or not it's something you'd like to ask Mr. Brown.
Yeah.
But it's something I'd certainly would really help us in terms of closing. I know there's been some differences of sort of methodology, both on landscape and on visual, that you have flushed out, sir, over the course of the round table. And you know, these words, major, moderate, and all the rest of it, maybe we get a bit sort of glazed over with the language. But when Mr. Brown says, so say, looking at this viewpoint on page 4, for example, that where he ends up is major adverse effect, are we to understand that is, if you like, top rung of whatever his methodology is? This is a question for you, Inspector. You can obviously decide what to do with it. Are there other words? What words are we? Is major top, or is there something on top of major? Is my question to sort of via you, if you like, Inspector.
Yes, that would be helpful, because obviously this viewpoint is further away than some of the others that we're looking at, and there are. I don't think I'm giving away anything by saying this. There are clearly. Due to that distance, the impact is lower. So I would like to understand if where major sits in the hierarchy.
Yeah, so as I mentioned, sir, that I'm using table 1.9 on the LVIA Appendix Cs. So there is another
Can you
level
just bring that
above.
up, because this feels like something we need to bottom out.
So it's LVIA Appendix D methodology, and it's on. I've got printed copies on page 12.
I think it's PDF page 88, sir.
Thank you.
So there is another level above this of severe significant.
It's just not on the table.
Table 1.9, sir.
Oh,
If you look,
1.9.
sir, it's
It says-
PDF page 88, sir. I think is the one.
Yeah,
So-
so I was at table 1.8, sorry.
So
I see.
there are receptors of high sensitivity which would undergo a major effect, and that would lead to severe significance. So yeah, there is a higher rating.
So just to be, so Mr. Brown has used this, if you like, in his this is the terminology you're using is essentially is what's set out here. So severe would be absolute worst possible conceivable scenario, and major is the second one down from that. I think is that right?
But this table is just a general understanding of significance. This could be applied to any development.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's generic
Yeah, so
methodology table.
This table is how you combine your assessment of magnitude with your assessment of sensitivity to give you the overall significance.
So we could be in the Lake District proposing a power station, and it still uses this.
Exactly. Yeah, it's a generic methodology table that's derived from Glivia methodology. So that's why it was quite helpful. I'm grateful to Mr. Brown for clarifying what he means, if you like. He's intending to adopt these terms.
Okay, but Mr. Brown, you're saying that you've upgraded to major now for these viewpoints, but obviously within major there are different grades, aren't there? In terms of, well, they're not different grades of the words, but
It's not necessarily a linear thing.
There are obviously different levels of impact within major that we've been discussing already in terms of the viewpoints nearer to the appeal scheme.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Mr. Crawford, do you want to say anything more on this methodology point?
I don't think I need to say anything on the methodology, sir, but I would like to respond to Mr. Brown amending his assessment, which obviously is thrown me slightly, but just to clarify where I think we've got to, he's now saying for the residents of Ancient Meadows and for the users of the southern section of footpath FP2, 25.2, he's now saying a major adverse effect. And I think he confirmed to you that he wouldn't change any of his other assessments. Is that correct? So he's now saying that the effects for the residents of Ancient Meadows and the southern section of footpath 2 are greater than the effects for the residents of High Street adjacent to the southern boundary of the site, leaving aside our difference on Bottisham House. But his assessment for 161 High Street is moderate significance. And I have to say, I can't see that stacks up to say that the residents of Ancient Meadows are suffering a higher level of effect than those of High Street. I'm hoping he isn't going to revise his High Street assessment up now as well.
This is what I was concerned by, this slightly on the hoof changes to the overall conclusion of significance, because it feels like there's the potential it might unravel if we unpick it all. And I don't want to be left in a position when I've got a kind of slightly confused conclusion. So I don't know, Mr. Brown, if you want to just say what you think about that point, because I do think Mr. Crawford has raised a good point there about the relative, not saying anything about what I think about the overall effects yet, but the relative effects of people that are much closer to the site.
Yeah, no, I think it's interesting when we do have these round table debates. Obviously, these points of discussion do kind of pull out different factors that when we discuss it as landscape professionals. I'm thinking, I do think there's a fair point in saying that there are greater effects on people along High Street. So it would probably be best if I do rescind that change.
Okay.
I'm sorry to get into interview. Which change is it that we're rescinding? Just to be clear, which one?
It's the changes to my assessment of Ancient Meadows and FP2.
So you're sticking to your original proof, essentially. Is that what you're saying?
Essentially, yeah.
Allows you to unravel that again. You did initially make what seemed like quite clear and cogent points about why you were changing them based on the 1.9 table. So do you also need to reconsider your conclusions on sensitivity and effects? So I'm just thinking that this allowed now.
I don't think so, sir, because I think they were all based on the original assessment.
Okay, well, I'm not sure how much further we can get on that. And I also get lost too much in methodology because it's the actual impacts on the ground that are most important, really. I don't think we need to spend another half hour talking about it. So I think we can move on. And yeah, we'll just run with your proof as you've just said, Mr. Brown. Thank you. So I'll slightly lost track now because we're slightly on a tangent. Has that actually covered the receptor groups we needed to talk about?
I think it has, sir, yes.
And does that cover agenda item 6 or the other things that we need to discuss?
May I just sort of wrap up a conclusion from that, if that's helpful? In terms of effects that count as significant, those rated at moderate or higher that suggest are the ones you should be thinking about in your decision, sir. The main significant effects we've got identified are those for the residents of the houses that are immediately adjacent to the site. High Street, Maple Close, Cedar Walk, Rowan Close and Beechwood Avenue, all those that back onto the site. And for the users of that short section of footpath 10 immediately adjacent to the site. Those are the kind of effects that are going to occur with any greenfield extension to a village or town anywhere. If you are on the existing edge of the settlement and you currently look over that field on which development is going to occur, you're always going to have significant effects. The only other significant effect we've got, other than about the immediate boundaries of the site, is the one we've just been talking about 300 metres west of the site at Ancient Meadows and footpath 2. And even those effects, after a slight diversion, it's common ground that they are moderate. So they are at the lower level of those you should regard as significant. So, as I say in my proof, this is actually an extremely low level of effects for a greenfield development of this kind of scale. If we set aside Mr. Brown's assessment in relation to Bottisham House, and as he's stood by the assessments in his proof, actually the only difference between us is the level of effects on the residents of Maple Close and Cedar Walk and FP10, where I say moderate and he says major. So it is common ground between us that once you get beyond the immediate boundaries of the site, the only visual effect we need to think about, or that has been identified, is this moderate level effect at Ancient Meadows and FB2. I think that's quite a significant conclusion, sir.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Brown, any final comments on this item?
No, I think that's probably a fair summary. In terms of, just to reiterate, the things that I've identified in my proof that are at that threshold or above are the effects on residents of High Street, Bottisham House, Rowan Close, and the northeast corner of Beechwood Avenue, and the users of footpath 2510, 25-2, Maple Close, Cedar Walk, and Ancient Meadows.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, it's agreed that those are the ones that are above that significant threshold, yes, with some slight discrepancies on precisely how we score a few of them.
Okay, thank you. Okay, like I think it's time to move on to item 7, which is boundary treatment. Now, I had one question about this when I read the agenda, which I'll raise now. Is this discussing the outer boundary of the site alone, or does it also include the boundary between the two fields?
Sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, if I may, sir. I mean, from my point of view, as you know, there's the outer boundary, but also considering that there's the boundary between the parkland as well. I see it as both boundaries from my point of view, sir.
Okay. And is that shared by you, Mr. Crawford?
When I initially suggested this as an agenda item, what I actually had in mind is an allegation in the council's statement of case that the design approach that was being taken to the planting around the outer boundary of the site was conflicted with policy, both national and local policy. And I spent a couple of pages in my proof addressing that allegation. The point didn't appear to be taken in either Mr. Brown's or Ms. Jane's proof. Mr. Brown has agreed, and this is actually captured in item 7.2 of the agenda, that it is agreed that the council isn't pursuing that point. So that's kind of the reason why the boundary treatment had an agenda item of its own in the first place, to record agreement on that. As to 7.3, which is the effectiveness of the boundary mitigation, I'm happy to interpret that as not just the outer boundary, but equally, unless Mr. Brown has anything else to say, I think we may have covered it already.
Yeah, I think it's clear what our positions are on those, sir, unless you would like to know more.
No, I was actually wondering why it was a separate agenda item, and you've both now explained why. And I think we can move on. That seems quite clear. It's in writing that it meets the policy requirements. And yes, we've covered the other internal boundary just in general throughout our discussion. So I'm happy. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
So, policy compliance. Obviously quite a long list here. And we have framework and then local policies.
Could I suggest that if we look first at ENV1 and ENV2, because they contain a number of detailed criteria, and Mr. Brown has confirmed within the agenda which ones he takes issue with. I was thinking that if maybe we address those first, then it may make it quite easy to address the other policies that are cited.
Okay, are you happy with that, Mr. Brown?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure why we skipped past the MPPF policies. As I think
I'm
they're
not suggesting we shouldn't do them. I was just suggesting that if we discuss the finer detail in ENV1 and ENV2, then when we come back to them, maybe that we've actually kind of covered the main issues and we can deal with them quite quickly. But I'm in your hands, sir.
I'd be happy, sir, as long as we do mention them, sir.
Okay, Well, I'll make sure that we come back to that. That is maybe think I should probably load up these policies. So if you just give me a moment just to draw them up. So I'm just keyword searching, which is being slow.
It's ENV1's page 66 of the plan, and
Right.
ENV2 is page 68 of the plan.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. So policy ENV1. And there's disagreement on whether the proposals are sympathetic to the distinctive character area. And then, as you said, Mr. Crawford, also a number of detail issues linked to the policy. Perhaps if I could start with your point of view, Mr. Crawford. You're mute.
You're on.
Sorry, sir. Just with respect, I'm obviously going to say we comply, and I have set out at some length in sections 5.5.4 and 5.5.5 of my proof how I believe we meet all the criteria of these two policies. Could I suggest that if Mr. Brown explains why he thinks we don't, then that enables me to respond to that.
Okay, that's fine.
So if I start in general with policy ENV1, and we said there's disagreement with whether the proposals are sympathetic to the distinctive character area defined in the Cambridgeshire landscape guidelines as they were used to draw up the local plan. So they describe the chalklands, which is the area it sits within in the Cambridgeshire landscape guidelines, as a broad scale landscape of large fields, low mechanically trimmed hedges and few trees. And this can certainly be observed from the Northern Appeal field, and I believe that the proposals would significantly alter this baseline to a dense woodland edge with views to massings of new buildings. So essentially, I don't think it would be sympathetic to those areas of character that have been identified within the guidelines.
Mr. Crawford.
So I'm trying to understand whether Mr. Brown is saying simply because it's built development in the countryside, it isn't sympathetic to the Cambridgeshire Landscape Guidelines, which effectively would be saying that no greenfield development could comply with this policy. So I'm not sure if he is saying that, but we've looked at the characteristics of the chalklands, and it actually is notable that one of the characteristics is that it includes modern developments interlinked with historic and rural features. So we would argue that an extension of the village, a new development that is part of the existing village, is not inherently in conflict with the character of the chalklands. And then the finer detail of the Cambridgeshire Landscape Guidelines has fed through into the way the landscape proposals and the proposed mitigation enhancement planting has been developed. So it might be helpful if it's to clarify if this is a kind of in principle concern over greenfield development.
I think it's more in terms of these are the identified character elements, and I'm struggling to see which bits of the proposals are sympathetic to them.
Right. Well, in terms of a broad scale landscape of large fields, low mechanically trimmed hedges and few trees. As I said earlier, we're retaining the field pattern, we're retaining and enhancing the field boundaries. We are, there's the one of the other characteristics is a number of woodlands and shelter belts in the eastern part of the character area, which help break up long distant views and give form and character. We are in the eastern part of the Chalklands character area, and our planting proposals are completely in line with that characteristic. So they've been considered along with the East of England character assessments, and have informed the approach to the development and the development of the landscape proposals.
Mr. Brown, what are your thoughts on those specific points?
I'm just not sure in terms of how sympathetic they are. Now, I appreciate that there are shelter belts and there are trees. However, such a dense woodland screen, although it may be along an existing field boundary, I don't think it is sympathetic to those areas of character that have been identified by the guidelines.
So there isn't a proposal for a dense woodland screen. We looked at the landscape parameter plan earlier, and I talked you through the proposals. So the existing boundary hedgerows retained, strengthened and enhanced with native species planting and intermittent hedgerow trees. And then a strip inside the northern boundary area for intermittent groups of woodland trees set back from the boundary. There's no dense woodland screen.
Okay, so then
I noticed there were quite significant areas of tree planting in the surrounding area, and there are a few hedgerows which have fairly significant sort of tree growth within them as well. So I'm just wondering, Mr. Brown, how out of character is a fairly substantial hedgerow in that context?
I do believe that there are some examples of it, but I don't think that it's completely within character, particularly as what it's actually screening are part of the character, the open views to the wider countryside. Now, but by putting the screen in, you're losing that element of character, and it's not sympathetic in that way.
Okay, thank you. Anything you'd like to add to that, Mr. Crawford?
Well, just to add, at 5.3.4 of my proof, I summarise some of the principles for landscape improvement and management within the Chalklands from the Cambridge Landscape Guidelines. They include reinforcing selected hedgerows based upon their visual and wildlife potential, planting new mixed woodlands and shelter belts. As I say, we're not doing a woodland and shelter belt, but the principle of enhancing the planting, increasing the number of trees in the landscape, is entirely compatible with those guidelines.
Okay, thank you. What other factors do you feel there's conflict with on ENV1, please, Mr. Brown?
So you'll see in the agenda, sir, that there are bullet points that are kind of their specific parts within the policy. So if we take the first one, the settlement edge, space between settlements and their wider landscape setting. So I think the scheme would sever the current links between the settlement edge and its wider rural setting, and that would not conserve or enhance the settlement edge or setting for Bottisham. And it's interesting actually because I was reading the Cambridge Inner Greenbelt study, which is CD 6.4, which I think, if I'm right, was compiled by Mr. Crawford's practice. And if we refer to page 68, which is electronic page 72.
So is that 6.4?
Yes, core document 6.4.
Maybe I've got a slightly old list because I've got the Inner Greenbelt study.
Yeah, that was the one I was referring to, sir.
Okay, but I've only got 28 pages.
Oh, maybe I'm.
I can explain that. Initially, all that was uploaded was the plans and figures to that study. I spotted that, and I'm told the full report is now on the online version of the core documents.
Okay, sorry, this is just
Apologies for that.
happened before. I think I was using my own system and not the website. Okay, I'm there now.
So yeah, sorry, electronic page 72. And it talks about the scale, character, identity, and rural setting of the necklace villages, of which Bottisham is part of. And if we go to paragraph 5.5.52, so it talks about the villages that have seen significant growth in the 20th century, which to an extent Bottisham has, and parts of the villages surrounding landscapes remain largely intact. It's therefore essential that the smaller villages in particular retain their existing scale and their differing forms. And it gives some examples, and it says the rural setting of villages is also a fundamental component of their character. Despite the proximity to Cambridge, all of the villages within the study area retain an entirely or largely rural character, and it's essential that this should remain the case. Now, I do think from some aspects of the appreciation of Bottisham's settlement edge, this hasn't been done necessarily in the most sensitive way. However, I think what's left of the northeastern corner of the Bottisham settlement edge is then therefore particularly sensitive. I think it's particularly important that this is retained and enhanced.
So that inner greenbelt boundary study is the study I led. It was a study of the inner boundary of the greenbelt, so that the study area extended only a relatively short distance, a kilometre or two out from the city edge of Cambridge. So it was specifically talking about what are known as the inner necklace villages, those villages that are very close to Cambridge. But as a more general point, the rural setting of villages, the fact that these villages sit within a rural landscape is a component of their overall character. Now, does that mean that where there is an acute need, you can't develop some land on the edge of those villages? I would say it has to not mean that. It can't prevent any development of any kind where there is a need and where all the issues in the planning balance lead to a decision that development is acceptable. It's a question of the design process, of how the design of that development is approached, of ensuring that from the very outset, the existing character and context of the landscape and of the development site is taken into account and shapes the proposals. So, for example, in this case, building on the northern field, not the southern field, that is a response to the character and context of the site and the part the site plays in the setting of the village. And that then feeds through to the landscape proposals, the mitigation proposals on the landscape parameter plan, which I maintain are entirely consistent with the Cambridgeshire Landscape Guidelines.
Mr. Brown, if this were allowed and built out, it would then become part of the village. And then the village, including development, would still have a wider landscape setting.
Although you're correct, there would still be some elements of the rural setting. However, the particularly distinctive area of Parkland, which is not just an arable field, it has those links with the settlement edge and the listed buildings, that would be lost, and that would no longer form part of the wider rural setting.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Yeah, so and the next bit that you have concerns with,
The next bullet is about key views into and out of settlements. And I think, as we've discussed previously, that some of the key views to long distance views to rising topography in the east would be lost or significantly altered. We've mentioned the listed clairvoyant at Bottisham House. Now I won't go into any more detail on that because that one's up to you, sir. But I think there would be changes to significant views. And that appreciation of the parkland transitioning into that undeveloped countryside and then out into wider long distance views would be lost.
Okay, Mr. Crawford. Yeah, I'm slightly conscious of we're deciding to repeat ourselves slightly here, but yeah, I'm still interested in your point of view on that, please.
Yes, I mean, as you say, we've covered. I think it's the two issues. Mr. Brown's views on the general views out towards the chalk ridge to the east. The value, I say exaggerated value, he places on that landscape and on the quality of those views. It is, with no disrespect to anyone, it is pretty ordinary countryside. It's ordinary farmland, and you can see towards the rising ground of the chalk ridge. But there's nothing particularly remarkable about that. The view from Bottisham House and the clairvoyant, again, perhaps treading slightly into heritage issues, but we've discussed it. In terms of the policy requirements to protect, conserve, and where possible enhance, again, it underpins the whole approach of keeping built development out of the southern field, which is the visually more attractive field, which is the foreground, both for the views for Bottisham House and also the views from the village out towards the edge, the additional planting in the field to actually enhance the qualities of the field itself, as well as break up and mitigate views towards the development. So I feel we have gone a long way to protect, conserve, and enhance those views.
Okay, thank you. So next bullet I have here is unspoilt nature and tranquility of the area.
Yes, so the unspoilt views from footpath 2510 would be significantly effective, as we discussed earlier. Sorry, there will be a lot of repetition here as it's kind of applying some of the points that we've made earlier. Although the existing residential development to the west of the footpath does reduce tranquility, it is still a peaceful place to walk and pause. And actually, one of the site visits, I saw residents out there taking the time on their own to pause and experience the landscape around them. This obviously would be reduced massively by the new access road, the general increase in activity along that road, and then kind of the presence of the further built development in the northern field.
Okay, Mr. Crawford.
Well, so again, I think we're on territory we've largely covered. There's an element there of from the existing edge of the village, any views of a greenfield development site are going to change. But I think, this criterion is actually about the unspoiled nature and tranquility of the area. That feels to me to be speaking of the wider area, speaking more broadly of the rural context, and the whole policy is about landscape and settlement character. So through the existing development on Beechwood Avenue and the adjoining streets, as well as Hilton Park Care Facility, there are significant urban influences on that area of countryside to the north of the site, Ancient Meadows as well. So in terms of unspoiled nature, it's not completely unspoiled. It is already subject to urban influences. And the key point is that this development will not add to those. The planting, as we've discussed, results in, and Mr. Brown agreed that the effects on landscape character, which is really what unspoilt and tranquility are about. They're aspects of landscape character. The effects on landscape character are essentially going to occur only on the site and will very rapidly diminish with any distance from the site. So in terms of the overall character, tranquility, unspoiledness of the area, the development won't have an effect on those.
Okay, thank you. Last bullet, public amenity.
So recreation opportunities are part of public amenity, especially from public footpaths. And as you know, previously discussed, the proposals would harm the perceptual and scenic experience of walkers along the main 2 footpaths that we've discussed.
So the proposals will provide public access to the southern field. It will become this attractive field with a degree of parkland character will become accessible to the public and available for recreational use. That has to be a major benefit.
Okay. Mr. Brown, anything to say on that point?
And I do recognise that there would be some benefits to accessing the southern field. However, it's important to remember that the character of that southern field will have changed quite dramatically with the proposals to build along the northern section of the appeal site. So I don't think you'd necessarily be able to appreciate the same aspects of that perceptual experience that you would prior to the development. So, you know, don't get me wrong, it'd be lovely to go for a walk there. I don't think it would be the same or quite as a perceptual experience as it would be as it is existing.
So I don't feel the need to respond on that. We've covered it previously.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I think that covers ENV1. Thank you. So if we scroll down to ENV2. And then also, of course, look at the agenda. The first bullet that's been quoted at 8.6 of the agenda, I did wonder whether this was moving into more detailed design considerations that aren't really before us because it's outlined. So I just wanted to just understand precisely what this is referring to.
No, I think you're right there, sir. That a lot of this could be dealt with in terms of detailed design and conditions. However, the point that I really think is important to raise is the distinctiveness aspect. The distinctiveness of that parkland would be lost no matter how you design the proposed built development. As the fact is, the thing that makes it distinctive and the thing that gives it its character is that openness.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Crawford.
Well, again, so we've covered it before. In my view, Mr. Brown greatly overemphasizes the significance of the fourth side of the field not being enclosed by built development along with the other 3. But the distinctive character of the parkland, of the distinctive parkland character of the field comes principally from the field trees, which will be retained, and there will be new planting to succeed them and supplement them.
Okay, yeah, because I was a bit confused by 8.6 when I read through it, because it felt like it was drawing in things I thought were either agreed or just aren't really before us. But it does feel like Mr. Brown, you sort of clarified what really is the nub of the matter for you in terms of ENV2. So is it for me, that clarification sort of knocks out most of the rest of this. But is there anything you'd want to particularly highlight, Mr. Brown?
I suppose it's just kind of it's similar to many of the points we made before, that a lot of the points are talking about retaining existing important landscape features, and you know, making efficient use of land whilst respecting the density and urban and village character. Now, I think in terms of landscape features, it is quite important that and is quite distinctive, as I've mentioned, that the parkland, although in the proposals that the appellants will say that they're retaining it. Now, my argument being, if you fundamentally change the baseline character and restrict that openness and sever that link to the wider countryside, although in physical terms it's retained to a point other than the access road, I don't think the landscape character is retained. So I don't feel that feature in many ways isn't fully retained. Trying to think through some other points. I think that probably is the crux of the issue.
Okay. Any last comments on that policy, Mr. Crawford?
Well, so we've covered the parkland point. I've referred you to how I deal point by point with these criteria within my proof, you'll see what I have to say in there. So I feel, to the extent that they're relevant at outline stage, there's been very comprehensive analysis. It's set out in the LVIA, it's set out in the Greenbelt assessment, it's set out in the design and access statement, which draws together how that then informs the design approach. So I'm happy to leave it there. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. This is now an appropriate time to go back to the framework.
Sir?
I think as we're in the middle of talking about policy, I think we should push on and have a slightly later lunch. It'd be an unnatural break now. So we have 174B, 130C, and 120B. I think for now we'll leave 120B because that's a slightly different point. But we have intrinsic character and beauty of the countryside.
Are you still happy for me to go first, sir? And
yes, please.
So the scheme seeks to obscure views that allow residents and recreational users to appreciate the intrinsic character and beauty of the countryside. We've discussed the effects on footpaths 2510, 25.2, and the residents along the various adjacent roads. So actually it removes that link to some receptor groups to recognise that intrinsic character and beauty of the countryside.
So again, I think we have largely covered this. Mr. Brown seems to be saying that in order to recognise the character and beauty, you have to not change it, or you have to not develop. I don't think that's what recognise means. As I've described, a full understanding of the context of the site, including the character and beauty of the countryside, has underpinned and informed the development of the proposals. I don't need to repeat any more of it, I don't think.
Okay, thank you. Yes, I think, yeah, as you say, really a lot of what we've discussed feeds into this point, and really just comes down to sort of professional interpretation of the NPPF wording. And I've got all the information I need in terms of both your perspectives on everything that informs that interpretation. So I think we can cover that quite briefly, like we just have done. Thank you. 130C.
So, as with many of the things we said, I don't believe that the proposals are sympathetic to the local character, particularly in terms of the effects on the undeveloped parkland, opening up to wider long distance views, and we've mentioned the potentially harmful effects on views from Bottisham House, which once again we've gone over that. A lot of this are things that we've covered, sir.
Yeah, so clearly I don't accept it, but there's nothing I can say that won't be repeating
Yeah,
myself. So hopefully we can take that. You have my response already.
that's okay. And obviously, as inspectors, we are extremely well versed in interpreting the framework. It's a major part of our job. So I think I can. I'm happy to. Skim is the wrong word, because we've gone into lots of detail on this already. It's just how it's interpreted by the framework that we're going through quickly. Thank you. 120B. We can turn to that.
So this is whether the potential of the adverse effects on people using public rights of way for recreation. So NPPF para 120B recognises that some undeveloped land can perform a recreational function, although there is no access across the site. It forms part of that recreational experience of walkers using the 2 footpaths we've discussed.
And the point that I'm sure Mr. Crawford's about to make, that actually this would be opened up and become much more publicly accessible and available for recreation in the Southern Field.
Yeah, I believe so. That is actually a diminished experience compared to what you can actually already experience on the site.
Anything to add, Mr. Crawford?
Yeah, well, thank you. So I was going to make that point, but I was also going to say that Mr. Brown seems to be saying that any development on any field which can be seen from a public right of way infringes this policy. That doesn't make sense to me. It's simply recognising that land can perform many functions. At the moment, the site doesn't perform any recreation function except being visible from the footpath. As you've said, sir, by opening it up to public access, it is going to perform a recreational function to a much greater extent.
If I may, sir, I would disagree with the statement about in general, any development would detract from footpaths, because as we know with some areas that the landscape doesn't necessarily provide any perceptual improvements to the experience of a footpath. Just because it's a footpath doesn't mean that it's necessarily enjoying the rural setting to a village. However, in this case it does, and I think development in this location would affect the recreational users.
In terms of this point about the proposal to open up that Southern Field, I understand the point you're making, Mr. Brown, about how, in your opinion, that's diminished by the proposal around it. But isn't it undeniable that the development will be providing an entire field for public access that currently doesn't have it? And that is, even if diminished, still a positive aspect in terms of recreation.
Of course, I do appreciate the potential benefits that may have.
Okay, thank you. Anything else on the framework?
I think that's it, sir.
We're left with 2 more local policies. HOU 6. So let's draw this up. I might be being slow again here. I need to find the page.
It might be quicker, sir, if in the agenda it's summarised specifically as whether the appeal scheme would have an adverse impact on the character of the locality.
It might, if you want the page reference there in the policy, because it's not quite what the policy says. It's page 50 and 51, very similar to what the policy says, but not absolutely the same.
Besides that reason, I always go to the policy.
I know, exactly. It's good plan. Starts on page 50, but the bit that Mr. Brown's, I think, referring to is right at the top of page 51, second bullet.
Policy. Okay.
Exactly.
So here we are. So yes. Adverse impacts on character and locality. Let me just read the policy. It's a short policy. If you just give me a moment just to read, just to get it fresh in my mind, please.
It's that second bullet, sir.
Interestingly, tightly drawn in saying no adverse impact on character of locality, and then even under the exceptions, not to cause harm to the character or setting, which is an interesting approach, not fully taking into account the normal sort of planning balance consideration. So I would like to talk this policy through, actually, because as written, it seems to be very prescriptive. And perhaps I actually will start with the appellant, because obviously, Mr. Crawford, just your take on that and how it's written, because obviously what we just discussed, you have admitted there is some harm.
Yes, there is a degree of harm.
Yeah.
Yes, no, absolutely. Just in relation to the policy itself, I think the first paragraph, on page 50, is about development within a settlement. So that isn't relevant to us.
Okay.
It's the exception over the page. And although it talks about proposals for care or nursing homes, I think I'm remembering that Ms. James in evidence said she regarded that the proposal as also falling within that, although it doesn't include a care or nursing home. So on that basis, yeah, we're looking at the second bullet here. As you've, and I was going to make this point myself, so the point you've already made, it simply says must not cause harm. So given that this exception is about care facilities outside development envelopes, any proposal that fell within this exception would inevitably cause a change to the landscape. So the literal wording of no harm at all cannot be right. Otherwise, this exception is meaningless. So my take on it is that it must refer to harm beyond the site and its immediate surroundings. It must be something we're looking at a kind of settlement scale. Does it affect the overall character or setting of a settlement, or a broader area of countryside? Simply because of the very point you've made. If you take it literally, then nothing could pass this test, given that we're talking about development outside the development envelopes. So therefore, I argue, as I say, we're talking at a broader scale, whole settlement scale, broader area of countryside scale, and given how localized our effects are to the site and the very immediate surroundings of it, I say if we can't pass the test in this second bullet, then what could, on what site, on what development could you pass it?
So could I just highlight one thing that not for now, but just so that you and the council are aware, I will, on the back of what you've said, Inspector, I'm going to ask my planning witness about this as well. So this might be one of those areas where the baton almost, doesn't get passed, but there's two sides to this, the sort of landscape expert side, but there's also when it comes to questions of policy interpretation and consistency with the framework. Does it include an internal balance? Those sorts of questions. Given what you've said, I will ask him about it later on.
Okay, thank you. As you were talking, Mr. Crawford, I was thinking that this starts to feel more like a planning. But you did it. But you still tackled that appropriately. But it does feel like we've talked through what we think the harm is or isn't. We know what that situation is. I think really now it's the planning witness to say whether the policy is right or wrong. So, unless you have anything to add, Mr. Brad, I am happy to move on from that and let that be dealt with.
No, I'm happy. So I think you're aware of my position on in terms of landscape harmless.
Absolutely. Again, Grove 2, should we turn that up as well?
I think you might find it to be a similar story, actually, to House 6.
It will be, but let's just make sure. So I don't have a page number.
Yes, sir. It's page 25 of the local plan.
Thank you.
And I think, sir, it's the fourth paragraph where we get to outside development envelopes is the one we need to be looking at.
Yes, this is a plan. This again, I think it's just a planning question.
Yeah, so it's very similar.
Something.
It does qualify with the word significant adverse impact, but yeah, it's very similar to House 6, I think.
Yeah, this one the only one we're talking about, you were saying, Crawford, it was the moderate and above, which were the impacts which you felt needed to be discussed. So is that where they cross over into being significant as defined by this policy?
I think,
or is that more of a question for a planning witness as well?
I think it probably falls in both territories. And the point I'm at, significance is quite a complex word and concept in these things. You know, as you know, LVIA methodology will identify as something as having minor significance and yet not being significant. When you get to EIA effects, you know, there is a significance threshold, and then there is the question of what ultimately matters in broader policy terms. I would give the same answer as I gave in relation to House 6, that it must mean something that is more at a settlement scale, at a scale of a broader area of countryside, and that's something that, yes, there is we've identified a moderate visual effect 300 meters from the development, but you know, that can't be enough, in my opinion, and I'll defer to planning witnesses. That can't be enough to fail this test.
Okay, Mr. Brown.
Yeah, no, obviously, so I won't sort of sway into planning territory. However, I just would add that it talks about the regard to the countryside and the setting of towns and villages. And I think, you know, as you're well aware, I've outlined some, in my opinion, I think there has been significant harm to the setting of Bottisham. So that's probably all I need to add on it, sir.
Okay, thank you. Oh yes, we'll pick that up with the planning witness. So thank you. Okay, we're at an actual break. There's one agenda item left, but it's it's obviously a different one in theme. Would you prefer to press on, or would you prefer to have a lunch and then deal with that when we come back? How long do we think we will be on that? On agenda item 9.
I'm not actually sure it'll be too long, sir, because I do think there's a certain amount of agreement
okay,
within reason.
And
I think it might be a 10-15 minutes or so, something like that. If so it just comes back to whether you'd like to break now or not.
If we can finish by about 1:30, I think we just push on. We're in the flow, and then we'll have an hour lunch before we come back with the other witness. Okay, so yes, so greenbelt openness. The agreement is the appellant's assessment of harm in the greenbelt assessment, CD 2.9, and that the methodology was robust. And the disagreement is the harm associated with that. Should we drop CD 2.9? I think what's best to use as our kind of template for the discussion.
Yeah, so I think CE 2.9 and Mr. Brown's proof, obviously, which sets out his assessment.
In CD 2.9, so you'll find that the greenbelt openness starts on page 19. And then greenbelt harm, which follows on from that, starts on page 20.
Yeah, so sections 5.4 and 5.5.
Okay. Perhaps, Mr. Brown, I can just ask you to take me through what you consider to be the major points of difference, please.
Yeah, so essentially, sir, there are various aspects of the appellant's greenbelt assessment that we agree with, and I think it has identified, quite important things about the harm that will happen to greenbelt openness. I think if the thing we kind of disagree on is the level of the effect on the openness of the greenbelt and rural character. So I think one of the things that comes from, I think it's Mr. Crawford's evidence, paragraph 4.5.2, which is on page 14. Now, I don't know if that's electronic or... .5.2.
So policy ENV 10.
Perhaps I'm on the wrong page. Essentially, I have a quotation that says the appeal scheme will have a moderate adverse effect on the openness of the greenbelt within a limited area of up to 200 to 300 metres from the site, but no effect on the rural character.
Yeah, I've got that as well.
Which, essentially, I obviously disagree with. I think also in terms of actually assessing the effects on visual openness, we've seen from discussions of viewpoints that some of the important viewpoints on where that openness can be appreciated from have been missed from the appellant's LVIA, and therefore that the viewpoints weren't included within Mr. Crawford's greenbelt assessment. So actually, I would argue that some of the important points have been missed in considering where you might be able to appreciate the effects on greenbelt openness. We've also talked about.
So on 4.5.2, do you disagree with both the conclusion on openness and on rural character? Rural character.
So I think there'll be a significant adverse effect on the openness of the greenbelt within that area that has been identified by Mr. Crawford.
And on rural character?
We've been through lots of points. I think there's a significant effect on rural character.
So obviously that's a huge difference to no effect.
I'm struggling to see how there's no effect on the rural character, sir.
Mr. Crawford?
Thank you, sir. Just in terms of Mr. Brown's finding of a significant effect, I'm not quite sure what that means. In terms, I've gone with minor, moderate, major as as fairly, and actually within the greenbelt assessment, I actually defined what those mean. On page 9, paginated page 9 of the greenbelt assessment, defined what those different grades of effect mean. So significant, I'm not quite clear on, but in its statement of case, and indeed in the first reason for refusal, the council alleges substantial harm to greenbelt openness. I think substantial is clearer. That's more equivalent to my major. But neither Mr. Brown nor indeed Ms. James in their evidence provide any evidence to support a finding of substantial, and nor do they actually conclude that. So I'm not quite sure what Mr. Brown means by significant, because I'm saying moderate. That could be significant. I don't know if we're agreeing or not agreeing in terms of openness.
Mr. Brown?
I think what I mean by is in terms of it's above the threshold for something that can be mitigated. I don't think as we've talked about the mitigation planting, I don't think that does mitigate the effects on greenbelt openness, because if anything, it produces just as much of a barrier to experiencing that openness.
So I think it feels as if Mr. Brown is talking about the same issues as we were looking at in terms of visual impacts. He's talking about his additional viewpoints and the views out from the settlement, and this, I think, connectivity between the site and particularly the southern field and the wider countryside. That isn't what the visual aspect of Greenbelt openness is about. With respect, it's as we all know, within the planning practice guidance, it indicates 5 aspects that should be considered in an assessment of openness. The first, and I would say probably the most important, is the spatial aspect. Simply the introduction of a quantum of built development into the Greenbelt causes a reduction in openness simply by its spatial dimension. Now, as I understand it, if, for example, you put in a certain development onto a field in the Greenbelt, and that field was completely enclosed with a visual screen, so that from the adjacent Greenbelt land, you had no awareness that it was there, it wouldn't change your perception of the openness of the wider Greenbelt. On the other hand, if there was no visual screen, and from the adjacent Greenbelt, you clearly saw this new development that had been introduced, it would change the perception of openness, not just within the site of the development, but within the adjoining Greenbelt. And that's what the visual aspect of openness is about. It's about the perception beyond the site itself of a reduction in openness. So to my mind, it's not appropriate to be thinking about the views from the settlement edge out and the fact that those views are curtailed by buildings or by planting. It's about the perception of the development from the wider area. And what we've seen is that there will be minimal visibility from the wider area. We only identified one location, Ancient Meadows and FP2, from which the introduction of the development would be apparent. So hence my conclusion, which just to find the reference in my proof, paragraph 4.4.2 in my proof, sir, the final bullet, a moderate degree of harm arising from loss of openness. This harm arises primarily from the spatial volume, the simple fact of the development, along with visual and other aspects, but it affects the site itself in a limited area extending no more than 200 or 300 meters, and that is what the visual aspect of openness is about.
Okay, I will come back on the rural character point in a moment, but I'd just like to hear from Mr. Brown now on that element that Mr. Crawford's just been covering.
I'm not sure how we can discount the views. If you can appreciate the visual openness of the Greenbelt that is beyond the site, I'm not sure how we can discount the views from, for example, public footpath 2510, that you can appreciate the openness beyond the site. Having built development on that site will reduce your appreciation of that visual openness. And then, obviously I'm in agreement with Mr. Crawford in terms of the spatial aspect, that, there is a significant amount of the spatial openness that will be reduced.
Okay.
So I think what Mr. Brown, the consequence of his approach is effectively, when it comes to the overall planning balance, obviously not for us, but effectively, I think he's seeking to double count the visual impacts, to put them in the scales once as visual impacts, and then put the same thing in the scales again and call it a loss of openness. And to my mind, they're very clearly different things, and we shouldn't be double counting them.
Okay. Thank you. And this point, Mr. Crawford on rural character. Or sorry, Mr. Brown on rural character, because that's where you differ substantially from Mr. Crawford.
I think we've gone through a lot of the points, sir, in terms of the harm to the rural character.
So, Mr. Crawford, how do you end up at no harm? Or no effect? No.
Yeah. No, indeed. Yeah, so this is in the policy, the context of policy MV10, isn't it? How I end up is that we need to look beyond the individual field in which development will occur. I mean, clearly, when any new building occurs in Greenbelt, within the footprint of that building, you've got absolute change from undeveloped to developed. To understand the significance of that change, you've got to look at it within the context of the wider Greenbelt. Within the Greenbelt assessment, I defined the Greenbelt parcel of which the site forms part. The reference there, well, it might be helpful to turn up the plan actually. It's section 4.4 of the Greenbelt assessment and figure 4 at the back of it.
Sorry, so that's CD 2.9?
CD, yes, sir, yes. So if we could turn up figure 4.
It's PDF page 31.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, my Acrobat died, so I'm struggling with PDF numbers.
Okay, I'm there.
Thank you, sir. So there's a green line there which shows the boundary of the parcel I defined, within which I say we need to consider any harm to the Greenbelt. And that is essentially the area with which the site has a visual connection. It's largely enclosed by blocks of woodland which run along a watercourse, which forms the kind of eastern boundary of that parcel. Then to the northwest by the boundary of Bottisham Park, and mostly to the west and south by the existing village. So any harm to the Greenbelt, in my view, needs to be assessed and considered in relation to that parcel. And given that the effects on visual effects and on landscape character are going to be so localized to within a couple of 100 meters, effectively as far as ancient meadows, that amounts overall to no change in the character of that parcel. Once you're beyond that couple 300 meter threshold, the rest of that parcel, which is the parcel that the site clearly belongs to in Greenbelt terms, there will be no change in the perception of the rural character of that parcel. The parcel is already influenced by the existing development on the village, particularly along Beechwood Avenue, Ancient Meadows, etc., and also the Hilton Park complex. This development will just be another element of that, but will not add in total to the overall urbanizing influences or non-open influences on the parcel.
Okay, Mr. Brown.
Yeah, I disagree. I think that's attempting to dilute the identified effects by saying, oh, it's a larger area of land. And now I accept there are elements of that parcel that will be less affected. But I think that kind of detracts from the level of effects, and in terms of the ability to appreciate visual openness and the effects on the rural character from particular points of that parcel. I think, for example, if we were on a much wider open landscape, the parcel would be significantly bigger. And if that's the case, then we would argue, well, there's no effects on building perhaps, like you say, a power station or something else. I don't think by expanding the parcel so significantly, it can just dilute what we have identified to be harm.
So might it be possible, sir, just so that it's clear what the differences are between the appellant side and the council side, for the council at some stage to clarify for greenbelt assessment purposes what it considers an appropriate parcel to be? Because obviously we've explained what ours is, and you can form a view that it's too big or too small or just right or whatever. But if it's going to be said that we've got the wrong one, it would be helpful. It would be helpful. You might think it anyway, but it might be helpful to understand what the differences actually are, if you like, between us.
Mr. Brown, do you think there should be a parcel?
I think it's one way of approaching it. Otherwise, it's very difficult to define a study area for greenbelt assessment. And I don't think that the parcel that Mr. Crawford's identified is wrong necessarily. But I think if we purely assess the effects on the whole parcel as the wider parcel, I think it kind of fails to appreciate, as it's shown, it's come up with a no effect on rural character. I think that's, perhaps a hole in the methodology that we understand there are effects on rural character. So I think it's the approach of kind of just applying the whole assessment to the full parcel.
Okay, that's clear. Thank you.
So if I may just briefly add to that, I mean, this is, as I say, about the application and interpretation of a local plan policy. So, and it's a bit like House 6 and Growth 2 we were looking at. It has to be considered at the scale, at an appropriate scale. And in that context, I talked about the scale of the whole settlement. In this case, it's the scale of the greenbelt parcel. Otherwise, anything is going to infringe it.
The policy surges on, just so you know, it's on page 82 of the local plan, and it talks about having an adverse effect on the rural character and openness of the green belt. So it's that's ENV 10.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we started, I think, already talking about harm as well as the visual aspects. But is there anything that either of you would like to sort of draw out in terms of that last point on the agenda, 9.4?
From my point, just the point I previously made, that I don't think either of the council's witnesses is substantiating the substantial harm which is alleged in the reason for refusal and statement of case. And maybe you are clear, sir, but I'm not quite clear what Mr. Brown means by significant harm in terms of where that sits on the scale of things.
Mr. Brown, yes, if you could just clarify that, please, in terms of hierarchy, and of course any other comments that you have.
Yes, I know. As I previously stated, so I believe that the harm to the greenbelt openness is above the threshold that can be mitigated. So I think it would be significant. Okay.
Is there anything else that either of you would like to add on greenbelt before we finish the session?
Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you to both of you. Long roundtable session, but productive and really helpful. So thank you to both of you. So looking at the programme.
Yes.
We have programmed in evidence in chief for Mr. Snedden. If I could just ask Mr. Simons, how long you think that you would be for that?
It's a solid hour. It might end up being an hour and a bit, hour and a quarter. So the 20 to 2, 3. I mean, we're in the territory, so where I think the judgment call to make is: do we do it? We've got loads of time in terms of, because he's the last witness, and then we've got obviously Friday to do closings, 106 conditions and closings. I think the question is whether or not we sort of draw stumps now and start again with him in chief tomorrow morning, just do him all in a day so that it's all fresh, or very happy if you'd prefer, sir, to come back now. It might be a slightly longer afternoon, but we could do him in chief this afternoon, and then obviously Mr. Smad could kick off with cross-examination in the morning. And sometimes, I've got no strong view on it, so sometimes it might be better to have the witness, where you can have them all in one day, so that everyone's kind of sort of zoned into that witness. But equally, so if you'd like to maximise use of the afternoon, then of course we can do that.
And Mr. Smythe, are you still looking at approximately 2 hours, you think, for cross-examination of Mr. Snowden?
More like an hour and a half, sir.
Okay, in that case, we probably can tackle it all tomorrow and just have it as one long block. That might mean that probably would take the entire day, broadly speaking. It might mean we have a relatively long final day, depending on how the conditions discussion goes, because that can sometimes take a long time.
Well, would you like, sir, if we've got a bit of float tomorrow afternoon, say, or early afternoon, we could have a preliminary stab at conditions, given the comments that you've already given us. We could spend an hour or less, I don't know, working through them, because then what it might mean that we deal with it all. But if we don't, and at least we've got another 48 hours or whatever to knock heads together behind the scenes, and it might mean that on Friday it's quite a nice short. So we could do a bit of work on conditions. What I'm saying, we might struggle maybe to do work on the 106, because I don't think our solicitors are available tomorrow, and that involves the county. But conditions, maybe we could slot in tomorrow after as a sort of preliminary session. It might make Friday quicker.
Okay, I'm happy with that. I'm also conscious that Dr. Keith's not here, and she might be back tomorrow, and I think it would be helpful to get the evidence in chief. I think that'd be fairer.
Absolutely.
Okay, and I think absolute worst, if everything takes longer than we expect, all we're going to do is have a slightly long day on Friday, which we're not going to be looking at extra days or anything like that. So,
no, I agree, sir. I think good news is that we're within our allotted estimate.
Okay, in that case, I'm happy to adjourn for the day. We're back at 9:30 tomorrow, but just in case they're on the line, I have had some, and actually maybe we should cover this as we're going to have a bit more time. I have had some emails in regarding Mr. Harris wishing to submit extra information. And then also a Mr. Wilson on behalf of Bottisham Parish Council wishing to respond to an element brought up by the appellant. Mr. Wilson, I can see you're on the. Are you actually on the line or just logged in? If you're on the line, then please say.
Yes, I am.
Can I just understand a bit more about this, as to see if we can accept it or not?
It was some additional information regarding the concept of the retirement village and the benefits and defects of that.
Okay. Mr. Simons, what's your thoughts on?
I admit I've not read it yet. I wonder whether if you've received it, have you ever emailed it?
No,
is that
we've
right?
not received it
right.
yet.
Okay.
I see. I wondered whether perhaps I'd be very happy for it to be circulated to us, if you like, now or this afternoon or whenever that could happen. And then if I could potentially have a look at it just overnight, sir, and then I could come back first thing tomorrow and just let you know. It may well be that I just say no problem at all. The only thing that I've got in my mind is, given the way that Mr. Wilson just described it, it's not impossible that it could relate to things about witnesses who I've already called. And if there's anything that, say, Mr. Venables or Mr. Sedgwick or whoever would want to have said about it, then that might cause me a procedural problem. I doubt it will, but perhaps if I look at it first, I'll let you know tomorrow, sir.
Okay, if I can leave it like that, is that okay, Mr. Wilson?
Yes, I'm happy with that. If you want to read it first, it may well be that the written submission is sufficient and I don't need to add to it.
Okay,
great. If it could be, I don't know how. Have you sent it, Mr. Wilson, into the inspector's case officer?
Yes, I sent it to Alison Bell.
Perhaps you could send a follow-up to someone. If you maybe, Mr. Wilson, if you send a follow-up saying the inspector said, could you forward this on to the appellant, if that's okay?
Okay. Yeah,
that would be lovely. Thank you so much.
Are you okay with that, Mr. Smythe? Okay. Thank you. So I just remind myself who the other person was now. Mr. Harris.
It's probably the same answer, sir. Mr. Harris is here.
Yes. So just to get an understanding, is this just to make some general comments on the appeal?
it's about contradictions that have surprised me between the different appellant experts and what they said, where they seem to there seems to be contradictory in terms of the conclusion that one can reach from them. And these are things that that I've picked up while watching it. There have been these contradictions, and sometimes even between different parts from within the same expert.
If I did allow you to speak, would you be willing to be cross-examined or questioned by Mr. Simons afterwards? You don't have to, but I mean, perhaps I might be way forward.
I haven't had time to be able to list all of the backgrounds that might be, but you can point them out that I haven't or whatever.
Oh, sorry, no, I wasn't expecting you to do it right now. I was more just establishing the principle of, and it sounds like it could be just a simple thing when you present and then Mr. Simons asks questions afterwards, and Mr. Simons is nodding at that.
Absolutely, sir. Yeah, I mean the time to do it, and I don't know, Mr. Harris, what your availability is like. The time to do it would probably be, Inspector, if it's all possible, before I finish my witnesses. So, i.e., because I've only got one more witness, i.e., I don't know, Mr. Harris, tomorrow morning. I don't know if that's convenient at all to you.
It's the later the better if you want to see me, because I'm having difficulty. We've got a kitchen diners completely out of use, and with very few places. All the stuff from there has gone into other rooms, and this is really just about the only place I can do it. And in the morning, when the sun's behind me, it sort of fills, even with the curtains closed, it fills the thing. But if you don't mind not seeing me really, all right.
I think the timing is more important. I think it would come better first thing, and we can cope with it. If the camera quality is not very good, I think we can all live with that. And
we can absolutely. That's fine. So in that case, happy to do that, sir. If you are, and Mr. Harris is, we could start off with Mr. Harris tomorrow morning, and then move on to our planning witness once he's finished.
Okay, is that okay? 9:30 tomorrow, Mr. Harris.
Yes, that's fine.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Okay, so that was everything from me. Anything else for anyone else before we adjourn?
No, sir. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you to everybody, and the inquiry is adjourned, and we'll resume at 9:30 tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.